Buenas, Biba Betnes, Hafaden, good evening. This oversight hearing conducted by the Committee on Education, Public Safety, and the Arts is hereby called to order at 5:47 Chamorro Standard Time. The hearing originally scheduled for Tuesday, August 29, 2023, but was postponed due to legislative session. Notice of the hearing was disseminated to all local media outlets on August 22nd, 2023, and again on August 27th. Notice of the postponement with the rescheduled date was provided on August 29th, with the second notice provided on September 6, 2023. Notice of the hearing was also made known on the Guam Legislature's website and the Government of Guam Public Notices portal. This evening, the committee is holding an oversight hearing on the Guam Department of Education. We'll be discussing the following agenda items: school openings, the status of DLAN tickets, the status of complying with 180 educational days, Adequate Education Act compliance of facilities and maintenance repairs and projects updates, school inspection and sanitary permit updates, as well as vaping issues among students. We'll also, at this time, in this hearing, allow for public comment. I'd like to welcome my colleagues joining us today. To my right, the Minority Leader, Senator Frank Blas Jr., and to my left, far left, Senator Tello Taitagui and Senator Joanne Brown as well. Good evening. I'd like to now go over the general rules of conduct. Individuals testifying shall first be recognized by the chair before speaking and shall state their name for record-keeping purposes. Questions and testimony shall be confined as to the substance or nature of the agenda. Personal inference as to the character or motive of any senator or individual testifying is not permitted. The chairperson of the committee may order the removal from a hearing any member of a legislator in Guam who fails to observe proper decorum pursuant to the 37th Guam Legislature's standing rules. Any violation of this general rule of conduct will result in the removal from the hearing by the host. And I'd first like to welcome the GDOE leadership management, and also I know that all the principals are in attendance tonight, assistant principals as well. Thank you for your time on this Gun Friday evening. I definitely appreciate your commitment to us trying to get more information. And obviously the reason why I called this oversight hearing was I had intended to call one before the start of the before the start of the school year on August 23rd. But the last time I spoke with the superintendent, he had expressed to me that he was getting called down here a little too much, so I wanted to allow a little time for you guys to prepare the schools for opening. And as we all know, there were a bunch of different things, different chains of events, new laws that were passed that I think are kind of muddying the water for the public relative to what exactly the policy is that the Guam Department of Education is now following, given that we have two new public laws that, for me anyway, definitely change the landscape a little bit as far as our public schools are concerned. I have been obviously in receipt of many comments and concerns, some positive. I will admit I have received mostly complaints and concerns about situations in various schools, classrooms without air cons, flooding, leaks. I've also been in receipt of a couple videos that if we could just pop some of these up here. This first one, I'm sure you guys are aware, this is from Beneventi Middle School. I did call the school today to inquire as the status of the flooding in the cafeteria, and it was flooding today, although they did tell me that facilities and maintenance was out there, I believe yesterday? Yeah, yesterday looking at that, and this morning, so we'll get an update on that. I was also in receipt of another video, and I believe this is the talk at. Brace yourselves if you're squeamish. Yes, so this video I received from DL Paris, and the reason why I'm showing this video is because I was under the impression, due to previous testimony by the Guam Department of Education, that there was a vector control contract in place for the district. And in reviewing a lot of the school readiness reports, I did see that rodents are an issue at several schools and continue to be an issue, especially given the news that LBJ, at the very least, part of why it failed inspection was due to a lack of vector control. Next video, please. And this most recent video I received today, and this is, I know Principal Derek is in attendance out here, but this is in Alahan Middle School. This video was submitted to me by a student this afternoon, and I know that prior to the different laws that were passed Inalon Middle School was a Phase 3 school, and by the Guam Department of Education's own admission, that meant that it would not be suitable for opening until 2 to 3 months past August 23rd. However, again, due to the new laws that were passed, Inalon Middle School was opened by the Guam Department of Education, and I received this video. The student also told me, and this was confirmed by, I inquired with some staff as well, that on some days sewage comes up out of this drain pipe here, and that this overflow is located next to the special education classrooms. I also received a complaint from a parent who confirmed that this did happen today, and then she also informed me that her children came home with wet shoes. So I just wanted to share these videos with you. I know, Superintendent, you've also been in receipt of a letter that I had written to you. I haven't received a response yet, but in this letter, and I plan to share more of these concerns with you. I had just noted different, again, concerns about a teacher who had said her classroom was 95 degrees. Also, parents and staff complaining about exposed ceilings. I had also shared with you that there were students on the first day of school at DL Paris, kindergarten students being staged in a classroom that, I don't know how to describe it because I'm not a mold expert, but I did see in the school readiness reports that some of the language that the GDOE staff had used was an extremely strong moldy smell, and now I know what that means because that's what I definitely smelled in that classroom. So I know you're in receipt of that letter. Although I didn't receive a response, I'm just hoping that you'll take that information and continue to act on it in the interest of an adequate education for our students and our school stakeholders. That being said, again, I definitely appreciate you guys coming out for this oversight hearing tonight, and I now understand that you have an opening statement as well as a statement from your team. So if you could just proceed. Hafaday and good evening, Mr. Superintendent, and welcome.
Thank you, Senator, for your introduction. I want to be sure to assure the committee that we're taking all of this work very seriously. My team and I are here this evening to provide detailed information to the committee as required under Public Law 37-4 and as requested by yourself as the chairperson. The opening school, you recall, was necessary to delay the
Sorry,
opening.
Mr. Superintendent, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but if the Sergeant at Arms could please swear in the panel.
Please rise and raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, you all affirm that any and all information you provide today, whether it be verbally, electronically, and in writing, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Mr. Chair, under oath, you may proceed.
Thank you, Sergeant at Arms. Mr. Swanson.
Okay, as I was saying, you recall it was necessary to delay the opening of school for 2 weeks to allow for more extensive preparation of campuses for students, and I certainly will acknowledge that we're not anywhere near where we want to be at this time. This work was led by building principals and supported by our in-house maintenance staff, school-based personnel, parents, community mayors, civic groups, and a multitude of local business interests. Because of their heroic efforts of all concerned with our schools, we were able to open as scheduled on the 23rd of August without incident. What we did open were 18 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 4 high schools that opened on their home campus. 3 high schools and 1 middle school opened on a shared campus in double sessions with shifts on both campuses. 2 elementary and 2 middle schools opened on their own campus, but in alternating days by grade level due to reduced available classrooms and/or sanitation capacity for the building. 6 elementary student bodies share 3 campuses on alternating days while 3 campuses are closed for repairs. 2 middle schools share 1 campus on alternating days while 1 campus remains closed for repairs. There are a number of challenges yet to be overcome, and as your videos showed, and a lot of other evidence that we have ourselves. This is a continuing work that my staff and our team are carrying on. So at this point, I'm going to cease my discussion of this and let my staff give you the detailed information according to the agenda that you prepared.
Thank you, Dr. Swanson. Hafaday, Mr. Chair, and Senators, thank you very much. My name is Joe Sanchez. I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instructional Improvement, and I'll be facilitating the first part of the presentation. I'm accompanied by Deputy Superintendent, we accompany Dr. Swanson with Deputy Superintendent Erica Cruz, Deputy Superintendent Frank Kupiners, and some other individuals who are part of the School Readiness Task Force who will be doing their parts of the presentation. So if I can ask the media folks to put up the PowerPoint. Thank you, and maybe the third slide, overview of presentation. So we will be covering a summary, you know this all, but for the community's sake, summary of the legislation that really empowers us to make the decisions that we have over the past couple of weeks. The process and timeline for declaring a school safe and ready for opening. Again, these all emanates from the legislation that was provided. Facilities and Maintenance and Readiness Task Force priorities, as in how we are moving forward over the next couple of weeks and months. We know that there were some questions last time about the Guam Educational Facilities Foundation schools, so we're going to give an update to those schools in particular that are closed. Status of DLAN tickets for the Department of Education. Major GDOE facilities and maintenance and CIP procurement, that's ongoing, as well as the status of public health inspections and the status of 180 instructional days. There's also two items that were not included there that will be included today, and that's a short discussion on the Adequate Education Act and vaping among students. We might, if necessary, we can actually separate that section. Next slide. It should have been last week. I'm not sure if you got it last week, but we provided a number of electronic documents. Two documents are provided to you in print. One is the PowerPoint presentation, and then the written report. But we also have summaries for each of the project schools. That's a separate document. The after-action reports from all of the schools. So every principal had to write a brief report about the opening days of school for them. School readiness reports, which are due on a weekly basis over the course of the summer time. A declaration of readiness, that's a document signed by all schools declaring the extent to which they're ready to open. And then there's a document on student discipline regarding student vaping. Next slide. As you know, I know you mentioned, Mr. Chair, about some of the legislation that was passed recently. These are all the laws that provide us with the authority and power to open schools as well as ensure that they are ready. The first one, as you know, of course, 37-33 allows for greater flexibility of variances. I do want to say this has helped tremendously with public health. They've actually allowed us to discuss with them about the variances, and they've really helped with a number of our schools passing. Public Law 37-32 allows schools that haven't been inspected to open, and if inspected and fails, they can open with the authority of the superintendent and public health director. Again, as you know, this was very helpful as it allowed us to open schools that have yet to be inspected, and unfortunately for those that did get inspected and did not pass, we need to get dual authorization from the superintendent and the public health director. But again, this was instrumental in allowing us to open schools. And then lastly, pushes the compliance requirement to 24-25. This allowed us to really kind of slow down the inspections a little bit, but allowed us to make sure that schools were safe, but at the same time making sure that we wanted to keep with our timeline and not have to wait till next school year to actually get our schools into compliance. Next slide. The last time we were here, we were actually working on a process to determine whether or not schools were safe. We wanted at the time to ensure the senators that even though we were given the authority to open schools, the intent was not to just open them, willy-nilly and just open them if they were not safe. We actually put together a very strict process that included, our principals, included what are called school safety liaisons, as well as central office staff, and as well as management to ensure that a school was safe and ready to open before the school day or before the school opening. So first we have our school self-inspections, and I want to talk a little bit about that process. We have trained school safety liaisons. They were trained by public health in the new regulations that are provided. They actually went through the checklist. They were given examples. They actually spent time discussing these examples. And these are individuals that accompany their principals or AOs or other individuals throughout the campus to conduct their self-inspections. At the time of the passage of the laws, most schools have already conducted at least 2 to 3 inspections at the time. So what we told them to do is go back to your schools and either reaffirm your self-inspection reports or conduct an additional inspection. And all the schools actually did that. The second instruction was to cordon off areas of the school that they believe were going to be safety hazards. So again, this is a process also allowed by public health, but we wanted to make sure that we were very explicit in telling them, quarter off sections of the school that will not be in use. Use the required tape, use the required barriers, and make sure the markings are visible. If I'm not mistaken, one of those videos, sir, about BMS, that section is actually quartered off. So that's not a section that's open to students. And there's other sections on campus that, you know, let's just put it out there. You're probably going to get pictures of those too. But all of these sections that are, you know, supposed to be dangerous or not going to be used by students are actually quartered off and marked visibly so that students and teachers and others do not use them. The due date for this reinspection was actually August 8th. That was to provide us with some time. Maybe you can go to the next slide, thank you. Provide us with some time so that we're able to work with the central office folks to do some verifications at our level. Based on their school self-inspection reports, we've gotten a total score. Presumably, that would have been the score that they would have gotten if there were no variances taken into consideration and if they were actually inspected by public health. We then at Central removed the Big 8. So these are, again, the variances that we were pushing with public health. Our assertion is that although these are important, the Big 8 items are not necessarily items that would cause a school to close down. And I won't be talking about some of those. In doing so, when you remove the Big 8, which in themselves is already 40 points. So if you're taking the Big 8 and you were to not take those into account, every school would automatically fail. So this would be basically the adjusted score for the self-inspection. Then we went back to the schools. We met with them kind of often, right? So this was a long, ongoing conversation. Based on the school level verifications and plans of actions, F&M and CIP actually discussed with the schools, and same thing with management, that if you're over 40 demerits, even after adjusting for the Big 8 variances, then that means there's some serious problems with your schools. And you know, the Deputy Cruz and the superintendent and others actually went out to those schools to discuss with them what those particular issues are. This was all due by Friday, August 11th. Thank you. Next slide. For those schools that actually had to go back and determine how they would be approaching their opening of schools, that's where the discussion came about. Are you going to do double sessions internally? That means you're on campus, it's safe enough, but it's not safe enough for your entire population. So that's where we asked them, are you able to do a half session or alternating days? Unfortunately, as you probably know, Public Works does not have the capacity to do more than 2 or 3 double sessions. So we did ask whether or not we could do a morning session, whether or not we can do an afternoon session. Unfortunately, bus operations is not able to accommodate that. So for those schools that are able to stay on their campus at half capacity, they would be the ones to actually switch off with each other. For other schools, for schools that were not able to open, and again, we're hoping that this does lend some comfort to the community, that for schools that were not ready to open or for schools that we felt were not safe enough to open, they're not. They remain closed, but that means we had to burden another school and ask them if we can do alternating days with you. So that was another option that the school principals met with management on. And if there's any schools that absolutely could not do either of those two, meaning if they were not able to do alternating days with themselves, or they did not have a campus that was close enough to actually do alternating days, that would have been a third option, which would probably be online. And unfortunately at the time, we didn't have any schools in that situation. Unfortunately now, with the failure of LBJ and Tumone Elementary, those are the first schools that actually have to go 100% online because they cannot go alternating days with anybody else. Now, before the final declaration, meaning before we actually had the principals say they could open, we asked them all to go back to their campuses and do one more sweep, one more check for anything that could prevent you from actually opening safely. Now I know there could be some, did you force them or did you push them? We really tried our best to make sure they understood there is no pressure from us to hide anything. We're not trying to say, hey, you have to open or it's going to be on your evaluation. You can't open or whatever. We were very honest in letting them know, please tell us if there's anything that is going to hold you from opening, health and safety being primary. So they were able to go back one more time to make that decision with whoever they wanted to speak to, as well as their safety liaisons. So on Monday, August 14th at 2 o'clock, we asked all schools to declare whether or not you would be ready to open. And that's how we got our determination of whether or not they would be actually ready to open on that date. Now there's a slide here. We've talked about this before, but we really, really want to push this point so that people understand how the public health inspections are conducted and what are the points that really make up majority of that report. The first one, dealing with ventilation and room temperature. We understand that. That's been a problem for the last 2.5 years. But we really honestly and truly feel that it's better to go to a hot classroom and a classroom that's uncomfortable than to simply not to close the school down and to go have to stay home. And I think the fact that a lot of students are actually coming to school and we're actually getting a lot of feedback about, look, we're not happy about the temperature in the rooms, but if we had a choice to actually have to go 100% online, I think they prefer to be on campus. I mean, we can simply ask the LBJ and Tumone families right now because we've got so many calls about them being upset that the school's closed. And it's not a matter of passing the public health inspection. Like, that's not what's pissing them off. Sorry. But what's angering them is that they have to go online. So we really have to think through, how we weigh this. Lighting is another issue. We were just joking earlier about this room probably will lose 6 demerits simply because of these lights. And that's true. That's what happens. That's 6 points off right there. Restrooms, that's a big item. We know that it's a problem. We're fixing it with our facility staff. But as Deputy, I'm sorry, I call him Deputy, but Mr. Nick Cruz is going to talk about is that's actually part of our large renovations. So it's a really big part of our renovations. We have those bids out. We're getting those contractors in. And the intent is to renovate all of the restrooms throughout our schools. Drinking fountains is another matter. A lot of that is timing issues. We have filters in order. We have filters that are being installed. And for any additional fountains that we need, those are being ordered and installed as well. Hand washing station, same thing. These are all part of our contractual projects, and those are being addressed. Vector control. Based on, after those pictures, we actually did have a conversation both before and after those pictures. And not to be facetious about this, but that's the point of vector control, is you have these traps out and they're supposed to catch rats. So we have to kind of put it out there that we won't be surprised if there's other schools that are going to have pictures of rats that are caught in the traps, because presumably that's what the traps are for. So we have spoken to the vector control people. And we're saying, look, if these reports continue to come up, please make sure you target some of those schools, because if there's rats or other rodents or other insects and things like that that are being seen that are really obvious, let's try to target those a little bit more aggressively. But honestly, the intent of vector control is to catch these vermin, so we do expect possibly more pictures. Now, ceiling tiles and floor tiles are part of the Big 8, but surprisingly for some, it's only 1 point, which means you're going to have schools that actually pass inspection that are still going to have issues with ceiling tiles and floor tiles. Again, these regulations put them at 1 point, which means they're not as important as things like ventilation, lighting, and whatnot. But the reason why we put the ceiling tiles and floor tiles as some of our major areas of focus is because they're ugly. So when you walk into a room and you see missing ceiling tiles, you see missing floor tiles, obviously it looks ugly, it's unsightly, but again, at the same time, from a health and safety standpoint, they're worth really 1 point. Next slide, thank you. You've also been provided with some documents. As DOE, we're heavy in documentation, but really a lot of this work is really closely coordinated between the schools and our central office folks and the facilities and maintenance. Obviously, it's a lot that really needs to be done, but we do have checklists that are sent from the schools, and there's project sheets that actually are put together by our CIP folks, F&M, and other central office staff. So we have a lot of central office staff that are not in these areas that are really helping with the collection of the data. So we do have project sheets that we go through for each of the schools, to determine what type of work is needed. Now, granted, everybody will agree that not all of this is done at the pace that we want, but a lot of it has to do with limited staff, a lot of it has to do with ongoing procurement and other items. These are really right now the priorities of both and I'd like to acknowledge our facilities and maintenance manager here, Phil Tovis, our acting CIP administrator or coordinator, Mr. Nick Cruz, and everybody else on the task force. But we have our marching orders from the superintendent. Number one, first was to make sure all schools are ready. So all the men were kind of deployed to make sure that whatever level of readiness the schools wanted to be at, we were able to prepare them for that. We're also continuing to address the most urgent matters. So whenever there's a health and safety matter that comes up, there's a team that is meant to go directly to help those schools. The second item is getting off-site schools back to their home campuses. So, I'm sorry, next slide, sorry about that. There is a priority that we're actually discussing right now. I think it's going to be more obvious that prior to this, the next priority is any school that's online, get them up and running so that they can get kids back into that school. So obviously, with the recent failure of LBJ and Tamuning, that's become a major priority for facilities and maintenance. It's get back to that school, make sure that they get ready for inspection as soon as possible so that students can get back onto their campuses. Now, after that, it's getting off-site schools back to their home campuses. So anybody that is currently not at their school site, we're trying to get them back to their school site as quickly as possible. Not just for their sake, but for the sake of the school that we're currently sharing with. So for example, when we get Estumbo back to Estumbo Middle School, it frees up BMS to be daily instruction. Same thing with DL Paris. When we get UPI back to UPI, DL Paris can open up for daily instruction. And then, of course, getting schools that are on alternating schedules back to daily schedules. So I want to make sure that we understand that when we say priorities, these are things that are being worked on concurrently. So there's teams that are doing their best to address each of these areas on a concurrent basis and not necessarily waiting for the previous to be achieved. And then, of course, moving forward as much as possible with our public health inspections. I'm not going to go into too much detail with the GEF schools. Just know that the current contract does not cover damage from typhoons or natural disasters. But luckily, with the funding that this legislature has provided, the government, there is funding available to possibly work with the vendor to get the facilities up and running. So I know that Dr. Okada, who I'd like to just kind of recognize now, has been discussing with the governor's office and the governor, as well as our superintendent, about possibly amending the lease so that GEF themselves can actually take over the responsibilities and make sure that they're able to address typhoon recovery. We believe that that's the best route since it's already their school, it's already their facilities. They're able to take care of those areas quickly. They've provided us with a scope of work. We already have a list of things that need to be done, and we believe if we're able to get that contract up and running, they should be able to address our concerns quickly. We do have a very ambitious target of getting them back to campus of September 30th. We're not 100% sure if that's possible. It really depends on how quickly we can get funding to them through our lease. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Anderson, our Administrator of Student Support Services, who's been our point of contact with the Office of Civil Defense and Department of Administration.
Thank you,
Chris?
Deputy Superintendent Sanchez. At this time, I would like to call up the Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense Administrator, Mr. Charles Esteves, because I believe he also has some information about the status of the DLAN tickets to provide as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Senators. Chris Anderson, Administrator for Student Support Service Division. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the work channeled through the Office of Civil Defense and GSA procurement using the DLAN system. Our department continues to work collaboratively with them to get needed mitigation work completed. You should have a summary, a DLAN summary sheet that lists all the tickets and a status and where they're at. Nonetheless, there are a total of 17 tickets that were submitted starting from June 13th all the way through as late as August 25th. 24% of the tickets are complete, 76% are still pending, and of those that are still pending, 60% of the tickets require most likely contracts. So starting with the first ticket, which is mold mitigation for all 41 schools in central office. Right now, the work is with GSA, working through their contracts. They needed some assistance with DOE to put together a scope of work, which we've done, and that's been submitted to them, so we're just waiting for the procurement process to finalize. Moving on to the next item, which is perimeter fencing for 29 schools. That's also in the works with GSA for procurement. This was initially going to be GSA purchasing the materials and then using the guard for labor to do the installation work or the fence repairs. But unfortunately, they had to pull out. They did not extend their mission past July. So we asked GSA to go ahead and put the entire project out for bid for a contract. So hopefully that will materialize very soon. The next item is the skilled labor. So we had requested, given the shortfall with personnel with facilities and maintenance, we did ask for assistance with getting skilled labor in specific trade areas like plumbing, electricity, masonry, carpentry, etc. And I believe Civil Defense was working with Department of Labor to use the Displaced Worker Grant to try and find us those resources. We have been able to receive some of the workers, but they've been general helpers, not specifically skilled. So even with this particular request, we've asked GSA to better to just put it out there and try and get different contractors that have these skilled laborers and resources to be able to finish that work. The other part of that ticket was the request for supplies and materials, which is north of about 2.7 million. So again, with the amount of supplies that we need and the labor that we need, it was just best for, I think, GSA to put this out for contract. So that's where it's at right now. The next item is a master electrician. So we did request for that, primarily to do some assessments of different schools that are having issues with their power challenges, as well as pending work at UPI Elementary School, which, as you probably know, was without power for most of the time after the storm, when most schools were already activated and able to, fix their schools and do what they needed to do. UPI was still dark and didn't have power. They have their power restored, but there's still some work that needs to be done. They need a CT cabinet to be replaced and installed and contracted to be installed, and so that's pending. And then again, Benevente Middle School and Jose Rios Middle School are having some issues with power in, I believe, the gym for Jose Rios Middle School, and for Benevente, several classrooms where outlets are not working. So we're hoping to have a master electrician work with us to try and address some of these issues. The next item was tree removal. We did have the guard that was very helpful with going through with removing debris, and while they were doing that, they were also trying to help us remove some of those damaged trees. But there were roughly 8 schools that had trees that were down, but they were in compromising positions, basically deemed to be unsafe for the guard to address, as well as the school staff. So we've been able to get the support of the Department of Agriculture, who's sent out teams, and so they've been actively working to try and address those schools that need that kind of assistance. So we're hoping that they should be done with addressing these schools by probably next week, if not the beginning of the following week. The next item was collapsed sewer line repair needed at several schools. Jose Rios Middle School has been finished, but we still have Agueda Johnston and LBJ that needs assistance with that, and so we're hoping that, again, GSA is going to be able to put that work out for contract if GWA is not able to assist. Kudos to them. They were able to actually go into Jose Rios Middle School and address that issue. We're hoping that they can actually do the same for Agueda and LBJ, but if they're not able to do that, we're asking for it to be contracted out to be finished.
I'm sorry, is there also an issue at Inalahan Middle School that's lumped in with these sewage issues?
Not for this particular item, but I'll defer to Phil Toves and perhaps Nick if they have something, any additional information on that.
I believe that a request through DLAN for the LBJ, I mean, sorry, not LBJ, in Arahan, we're going to have to add that to the ticket as well. But
Okay.
more assessment to their, it looks like it's a clean out, so more assessment to their clean out, and then from there we can add it.
That's minor. We can definitely do that, but it's not. I'm not tracking that right now. But as Nick indicated, we'll definitely add that to the list. Next item is the backhoe and dump truck to assist us with survey debris removal. So GSA has been, through Office of Civil Defense, has been able to requisition a dump truck and a backhoe to assist us with this work. And so we're hoping to be able to get that off the ground by hopefully next week, so we can start with that project. We also requested for A&E services for schools throughout the district that have Butler 10 type challenges, and you had a nice video or picture of Benevente Middle School. That's sort of an example of this kind of a challenge where the building has Butler 10 type roof structures, and obviously there are some major challenges with leakage when it rains. So we're asking for A&E services to try and look at cafeterias like BMS as well. Even Agueda Johnston has a similar challenge, and any other Butler type 10 structures that we have throughout the district.
Is that also the issue at Marshall Sablan Elementary?
Again, I'll defer to my colleagues over at CIP and Facilities and Maintenance for that.
I didn't get that, Senator. I'm sorry, Phil Tovis,
I know.
FNM.
Thank you, Phil. So
at
when I
DOE.
was going through the school readiness reports this afternoon, I was calling around to the different schools because in the school, the last school readiness report for Marshall Sablan, they had listed a leak in the cafeteria that, according to the report, said would fill a 55-gallon drum in the course of a day. But in speaking with the school staff, they said it had gotten a little better. It would only fill a 35-gallon trash can. And so I guess that's in the cafeteria. Then they also have an exposed electrical panel where tin blew off during the typhoon. And then there's also a classroom that has leaking. So I'm just trying to figure out when you're casting these wide nets with, like, for example, the Butler tin or the sewage issues, if we're missing whole schools, then I think we got to do the due diligence a little bit better. So again, the question was, is Marshall Sablan also included in the Butler tin type repairs, or is that like a structural concrete roof issue?
Well, it's more the actual skin, right? Just the tin. But the guys try to work on addressing them internally. I haven't gotten the full scope. I will find out and get back to you.
Thank you, Phil.
Okay, the next ticket that we submitted was for aircon repair replacement for the GEF schools. So there are 4 schools under GEF that need this kind of assistance, and so the guidance from Superintendent Swanson was to go ahead and include that in DLAN, which we have. I mean, we more recently received the scope of work from GEF, and that's been uploaded as well for GSA and for OCD to review and take a look at that. But the intent is to try and assist wherever possible with the kind of work that needs to be done at those GEF schools to get them up to speed as well. There is the next item is a transformer issue with Southern High School on their first floor. GSA and OCD are going to be procuring a transformer that is needed in order to address that particular issue. So that's also in the system. There are some challenges with grease trap replacement for roughly 37 schools to include 6 Lease schools. And so that's another project we're going to be working with GSA to try and complete. And then lastly, we have a sewer pump assessment and repair challenge at Onsalon Middle School and Southern High School. With this particular project, again, we're going to see if GWA can try and address those issues, and if not, have GSA contract that out. And that's basically where we stand with these particular requests through the DLAN system. Since Charles is here, I didn't realize he was going to be here,
Right.
but I just want to thank Charles for his support in putting together a Gantt chart, which is really a pretty effective tool to try and help us better understand exactly these projects and be able to track in terms of timeline when they should be done so that we can closely monitor and be able to provide feedback to senior management and, of course, senators and other leaders in the community. So thank you, Charles, for your
Thank you.
assistance.
Thank you for that, Deputy Superintendent Anderson. I just have to say, though,
Appreciate the promotion, but
oh, wait, what are you? Yeah, you, pretty sure they could use you. I just have to say, though, we heard a lot about expedited procurement and press releases from both the superintendent and the Office of the Governor, but I've been keeping track of these DLANs, and it doesn't appear that we've had any, I don't want to say real forward movement, but this is almost the same report that you delivered the last time that we sat together on the other side of the hall. So I do want to hear from Mr. Estevez, because I think he has information that could possibly shed light on why this isn't as expedited as we've been expecting it to be. Charles, please.
Yeah, so working with GDOE over the past couple months, it really is a throughput issue. As you can see, there are a lot of the different contracts require very intense statements of work and really a refinement of the bid specs. And so the priority right now is mold remediation and mitigation. And I can tell you that for every single project that we've done, we've tried a number of different creative solutions. We were at a point at one time, just because developing the statement of work was more lengthy and more intensive than we thought, especially when understanding the true extent of what it will take for mold remediation through every single classroom, the HVAC systems, you know, gyms, cafeterias, you know, you're talking about supplies, equipment as well. And then, of course, finding the vendors on island, right? The actual people who can actually do the work is another issue in itself. And so, very fortunate to be working with GDOE, working with the acting chief procurement officer as well, to kind of work through these procurement issues. And, you know, GSA, on top of all the emergency procurement, is still dealing with all the normal procurement as well. But fortunately, we've been able to prioritize some of these things like the mold remediation, get out some blanket purchase agreements for building materials and supplies, so we can actually start doing the work. And right now, we have blanket purchase agreements for building materials, but this is just a temporary measure, because once we've exceeded our ability for small procurement, the work has to go out for bid, or at least the amount of materials we need. And so right now, it's really just in time type of economics for when we're getting doors and when we're getting ceiling tiles and we're getting all of these things. So we don't end up we don't have this iron mountain of 1,000 doors, yet we can only install X number of doors, you know, over a certain time, and we end up with, you know, a waste issue. And with that said, really we're taking this as from a project management standpoint. From the phase reports, we broke it down into individual tasks, so we can tell you by classroom, by school, what the actual issues are. And from there, it's only a matter of refining it, so we can actually tell you how long it's going to take to complete all the repairs for an entire school, or for an entire district, or for an entire phase. And, you know, and it may sound like a joke, but really the level of detail and granularity that we're going to is, you know, how many GDOE employees does it take to change a light bulb, right? So once we know the duration of that, you know, we can tell you, no crap, this is how long it's going to take to change 1,000 light bulbs, a couple thousand ceiling tiles, etc. And then determining what resource will best fix what issue. So whether this is a GDOE CIP contract, whether this is emergency procurement, whether this may be a declaration of emergency with the use of the Guam Guard, right? You know, we got creative with redesignating employees from the National Dislocated Worker Grant Program from DOL. Originally, they're supposed to serve as community aides and monitors for debris sites, but we don't need them for that mission anymore because it's ended. So we're giving as many people that are trickling in through the program to GDOE. So it's just about the collaboration, you know, as longtime partners in preparedness with the school.
Mr. Estevez, are you able to, I don't want to get too deep into the questions because I know I said that we're going to do the presentations and then turn it over, but just specifically on the mold mitigation, because this particular job has been, well, of great interest to everybody, and I just want to, if you could explain to us, and I do appreciate, I mean, yeah, this is very, very detailed, and I do appreciate that, and it kind of seems, and I'll just leave it to you to explain, but when this mold mitigation job was submitted on June 13th, and here we are, June, July, almost approaching mid-September, and we still don't have a contract out. Could you maybe explain in layman's terms why that is, and what were some of the impediments, barriers, maybe stumbling blocks that were put in place? Did the GDOE just not know how to do a scope of work? Is the scope of work too massive? Are you able to also speak on what that scope of work is and what type of mold mitigation we're looking at? Because when we first heard about it, the number that was thrown out was something like 13 million and X number of classrooms, and then we started hearing that the school aides were in there wiping things down with Lysol, and then the number whittled down to 6, and I think we even heard somewhere in the $2.5 million range from, I believe, the superintendent a couple hearings back. So if you could just give us an abbreviated timeline of this job and its where it is, where it was on June 13th, and where it is now.
Yeah, so I know you have the number of the day of June 13, but how it originally started was this mold remediation was for government of Guam facilities and just government of Guam facilities. And so it was the governor who extended it, said, hey, let's just do all 41 schools. And that has actually evolved to strictly the schools and no government of Guam facilities at this time, only because in addition to measuring not just the square footage of a single classroom, but you're talking about the walls and ceilings as well to be included in the original scope of work was just an estimate, rough estimate of square footage. But, you know, mold is all around the classroom, so we need to know the exact square footage of, or I guess cubic, I don't know, I went Southern High, so, you know, my math is a little off, but anyways, to understand the dimensions of a single classroom, right, and then to do that through all schools, that's what it takes to really understand the scope of work. And if we come in under, you know, then we're going to further delay, you know, potential operations for the rest of schools by having to go through either additional procurement or trying to amend it. And so we were originally taking government of Guam facilities plus GDOE, and so now we just took government of Guam out and it's just real focus on the schools at this point. The bid specs do fall in line with EPA standards for schools and facilities. Some of the specs were used during COVID. And it's not just the classrooms, like I said, it's the HVAC systems as well. Right, so you know, you said you're not a mold mediation expert, neither am I. And so it really does take, you know, a lot of work to develop these specs. And then, of course, you know, the back and forth on the language, you know, with the GSA.
And I know we're both not experts, but I think as a parent and anybody who's listening, when we hear that there's this, that the job of the mold mitigation is so massive that it's requiring all this attention to detail, and it just makes me wonder, what are our kids breathing in right now?
Yeah, and you know, from the phase reports, not every school, you know, listed mold, you know, mitigation as a problem, and but we're going to do, what we need to do for all the schools. And we just actually had a long-term recovery on the health service recovery support function. And there were talks about potentially bringing in people from HHS to, take a look at the schools and mold abatement. And they're all different: mold abatement, mold mediation, mold remediation, mitigation, mold removal. They're all different types of operations, I've come to learn.
So before we move on, based on this, can we now assume that things are really moving with these DLAN tickets?
Yeah, so the DLAN tickets are moving. I mean, there are some that are closed out as well, but the throughput of GSA is we have to prioritize mold remediation, and then from there, we'll go through fencing, then HVAC, electrical, plumbing. And we're following GDOE's phased report and doing it to trying to hit all those low-hanging fruit. And if you look at it in the Gantt chart, you'll see that a lot of it in phase 1 is, the floor, the ceiling tiles. And when you get your phase 2 and 3, it's all plumbing and electrical and structural issues.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm going to turn it over now to, I think they're tag teaming on this, our coordinator for CIP, Nick Cruz, and also maybe Phil Tovis, if he's going to jump in on some of these items.
I'd like to also recognize my colleague, Senator Joe San Augustine. Thank you, Senator.
So moving on with the presentation, additional internal procurement items. The first one is air conditioning being routed for, this has to be updated. As of yesterday, the contracts are at the AG's office for their review and approval prior to going to the governors. We are estimating that the contract can start mid-September, hopefully. F&M IQB, there's ongoing procurement for this. Procurement will provide a substantial amount of materials and supplies to the F&M team, as well as the schools for additional self-help work. Items include ceiling and floor tiles, light diffusers, and light sleeves. FBLG refurbishment. 2 weeks ago, the bid closed, and procurement and the CIP team is currently reviewing the bidders. Refurbishment project for the 4 regions. All 4 regions are currently being solicited. Work for this includes roofing repair, restroom renovations, walkway and canopy construction, electrical upgrade, and replacement of exterior doors. Temporary restrooms for schools who need the support. GDOE is currently obtaining quotes from available vendors. And then lastly, there are other smaller but important procurement items that are going through the process as well.
Thank you, Nick.
Next slide. My name is Erica Cruz, Acting Deputy Superintendent for Educational Support and Community Learning. I am the liaison for public health with the Department of Education. We typically have weekly meetings to debrief on the school inspections, and we've been meeting since over the summer, as you know. This is a status of our public health inspections. We have 11 schools that we have completed school inspections. We have Attica Elementary, which will need a re-inspection. Inarahan Elementary, which passed with a C. John F. Kennedy originally had a D, however, they were re-inspected and received a C. Maritzo Elementary, Talafofo Elementary, Antolon Middle School, all passing with a C. Weddingale Elementary, D, and they are scheduled for re-inspection. Teason High School passing with a C. Carbolito Elementary just recently passed, actually that was yesterday, with a C. And then LBJ and Tumuning Elementary, who just recently failed inspection. And then we have Agania Heights. We are the inspection has been completed. However, we are pending the report of that inspection from the Division of Environmental Health. And CL Titano currently is ongoing their inspection. So we currently have 12 schools that have, actually 11 schools that have completed inspection, and one who is currently waiting for, or currently completing their inspection. Next slide is status of our 180 days of instruction. And so the breakdown of schools and their schedules. So we have 29 schools on a daily schedule, meaning that there is no disruption in their schedule. They are attending classes every day. We have 4 schools on an alternating day schedule, and teachers will be conducting online classes, and I'll go into that a little bit further. Online classes on the alternating days that they're not on campus. And then 8 schools on alternating days with another school, and teachers will be conducting online classes on off-site days. And then most recently, with the closure of LBJ and Tamuning Elementary School, they are currently starting their online instruction on September 11, which is this coming Monday. Yesterday, they were able to provide hard copied instruction for the next 3 days, and then this coming Monday, they'll start their, their online learning. So currently there are, we have schools that are on modified schedules, and these schools are currently providing extensions of learning, instructional resources or assignment for students when they are not in session. And teachers are uploading materials via Google Classroom or Schoology. Teachers and students are being provided technology training to move them toward distance learning models when they're not face-to-face. In addition, teachers provide their contact information, should schools always, and should always be available during these days whenever students need their help. So teachers are not on an off day when they are on an alternating schedule where they're not actually face-to-face with the students. They are providing instruction for our students and are available at any time for our students. Logistical requirements before the implementation, and other than LBJ and Tamuning Elementary starting on the 11th, the other schools will be full online the week of September 18 to the 23rd. Internet services are obviously not reliable island-wide. Training with teachers and students are ongoing. Our school administrators conducted surveys of students who have a home computer and internet access. Those that do not have computers or internet access, distribution of laptops and MiFis will take place. And then they will provide an online schedule, and these schedules will vary from school to school, and there will be a presser that will go out for each school explaining what the online schedule is. And then for those students who do not have internet access or a computer, the school administrators or the teachers will provide learning packets for those students. And then on the online days, office hours are available for all students, so that if students have questions relative to their online assignments, they're able to get in contact with their teachers. Next slide.
Okay, this is moving pretty fast. My turn again. Senators, you should have a handout that has it's basically a brief data sheet on nicotine use and possession over the last 5 years, looking at total offenses, type of nicotine delivery, broken down by gender and grade level. Please let us know if you don't have that document. Nonetheless, quite appropriate, I think. I know this is about school readiness, and although most of our focus has been on facilities, obviously student behavior, choices kind of thing is also an indicator of school readiness as well. And so I appreciate the fact that you're elevating the concerns about vaping among our students. The first thing I want to say before we go into these brief tables that I provided in the data sheet, the department's policies and procedures are quite strict when it comes to students who are found guilty of use or possession of any kind of nicotine delivery device. It's pretty strict. It does call for suspension of students. And depending on the frequency of the behavior, it starts out with 3 days of suspension and then can elevate to 6, 9, and then at most 10 days of suspension for students who use or possess nicotine delivery devices. We define tobacco as products that are either regular tobacco, smokeless tobacco, or e-cigarettes. Public law requires the Department of Education to provide an education for students who are getting in trouble with this type of substance. And so we do this through our brief tobacco intervention program. And I just want to stress, although our policies and procedures are quite strict when it comes to students who do use or possess nicotine devices, we use those suspension days primarily as leverage to try and get parents and students to want to voluntarily go through brief tobacco intervention, which is a cessation program. Now, mind you, cessation programs are only effective if students are ready to quit, and I have to admit most of our students are not in that zone. They're not ready to quit or stop using nicotine. So nonetheless, the best we can do for our students at this point when they're not ready to quit is to obviously continue to provide them with the education about the dangers of using nicotine, and we continually do that through the brief tobacco intervention program. And so right now we have 2 methods of delivering BTI. One is Rally Coach, which is an online program. This is new this year through a grant through the Department of Public Health and Social Services. I do want to recognize them as a wonderful partner that we have in trying to address this issue in our schools. And so Rally Coach is basically a self-paced program online where students can go through different units, again, to try and educate themselves on the dangers of using nicotine. So that's one method of delivering BTI. The other one is a Quit Coach, where actually somebody sits in front of the student or works with the student one-on-one, again, going over the dangers and challenges with using nicotine, and again, trying to get them to find different ways of trying to address that addiction. And I have to say, right, that's probably the paradigm shift for most of us, is we need to look at nicotine for what it is, which is really an addiction. And so trying to help students dealing with their addiction is not an easy feat, but nonetheless something that our school administrators deal with on a day in, day out basis. So the first table you'll see is just total events, and the audience can't see the graphs. Hopefully the senators can, but basically looking from data starting from school year 18-19 through 22-23 last school year, you'll see the trend of total offenses increasing. So in school year 18-19, you had 1,280 offenses committed by students across our district. And when you look at school year 22-23, it's now 1,757. And if you look at the years in between, you'll see the incremental increases in the number of offenses committed by students for these 5 years that we're looking at. The only year that was a depressed number was in school year 19-20, and obviously that was a COVID year, right? So aside from that variable, we see that the number of offenses for students with use or possession of nicotine devices is increasing. The next table that you have is the offenses broken down by the type. And so probably on maybe one good piece of news is that tobacco use is going down. So students aren't smoking tobacco or smokeless tobacco, but unfortunately they're now using vape, and they're getting nicotine through vape devices. And so this particular table shows from 18-19 all the way to last school year, the number of cases in which students used vape versus tobacco or versus smokeless tobacco. And again, the chart is very alarming because it shows that students are no longer using tobacco, or they're using very little of it, but you see an exponential number of students who are using vape as their means of getting nicotine. So again, something of concern that we're going to need to address. And I think we are addressing it again through our strong policy in terms of making sure students understand zero tolerance for the use and possession of it, but then again, focusing on brief tobacco intervention, not only as a reactionary program, of course, obviously kids who get in trouble for it, but even trying to proactively try and find the students who are ready to quit, and then again, get them to the resources to help them effectively do that. The third table you see by gender, and this is actually consistent with most research that you see in terms of males and females using nicotine. Males are, in every study, the gender that is most likely to use nicotine devices, and you see that in the table, table 3. And then the last table, you see the trends over the last 5 years broken down by level, and specifically elementary, middle, and high school. And you'll see that obviously we have cases in elementary, and you can see that that's starting to grow. Again, something that we should be of concern about. But if you look at the middle school and the high school, middle school students, you see a gradual increase, and now you start to see that middle school cases are overshadowing high school cases. And I'm not really sure if that's because high school students are now starting to gravitate to maybe vape devices that are using THC versus nicotine. That could be one reason why maybe high school cases are not as prevalent as you see in middle school. But you're starting to see middle school cases of nicotine use starting to exceed that of high school. And so, again, with these 4 tables, I mean, not a lot of information necessarily for this presentation. We can actually do something a little bit more comprehensive at another time. But what I wanted to get across in this data was basically to validate the concerns I think that you senators have in terms of the prevalent use of nicotine among our youth, and the need for us to proactively try and address that through BTI and other initiatives that are going on the island to try and get kids to understand the dangers of using nicotine and figure out a way to deal with their addiction. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. We're open for questions now along those lines. Thank you.
I did want to just, before I turn over to my colleagues, I did want to just, if we could just yes or no down the line with the compliance with the Adequate Education Act, and I'll just go over the 14 points, and as I recite each one, if you could just respond, yes, we're in compliance, or no, we're not in compliance. Number 1, a certified teacher for every class in a ratio established by relevant collective bargaining agreements.
We're not able to meet a 100%. We have, what was the vacancy? 81 vacancies across at our most recent count. And we're still recruiting and still processing in new teachers.
So that's a no.
That's correct.
Certified professional administrators.
Yes.
Certified guidance counselors.
Yes.
Certified school health counselors.
Yes.
Certified allied health professionals.
Yes.
Here's one for Joe. Air-conditioned or properly ventilated classrooms in which the sensible air temperature is no greater than 78 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's a big no.
Okay. Potable water sufficient to provide each student a daily ration of drinking and washing water.
Yes.
Yeah. Reliable supply of electricity.
No.
Proper sanitation to include flushable toilets, clean restrooms, dining areas, and classrooms.
Yes, for the student load that's in the buildings. Now, we can't open all the buildings to full capacity, so we've used the ratios that have been provided by the health department to determine how many people can be on campus.
So in your opinion, yes?
It's a conditional yes.
Okay.
It's not the absolute that we want, but that project is about ready to start, so that will be the case when it's complete.
adopted and required textbooks and workbooks issued to each public school student for the classes in which he or she is enrolled?
Yes, yes.
For, in particular, English language arts and math. Other subjects, not yet.
Libraries which meets the standards of American Association of School Librarians at each school operated by certified librarians?
We're short one librarian. Yeah, we are.
Well, here's a big one. A healthful, safe, sanitary learning environment.
Not to the standard we want. We're meeting the, as we go, we're meeting the health department standards, but we want to get much beyond that.
So that's a no.
That's no at this point.
At least 180 instructional days or its equivalents, including makeup hours, each school year, with school years ending no later than 30 days following the end of the calendar school year, provided that the GDOE is exempt from the requirements of this for school years listed, at least for this school year. Are you in
The
compliance with that?
180 days, we're there in math. We want to get out of the online environment entirely.
Regular, timely school bus transportation to and from the school for attendance areas as established by 17 GCA for every child in accordance with policies adopted by the Education Policy Board.
No, and that's outside our control.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. So I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. Of course, I did have a few questions, and I did want to start with, in your presentation, I know that the law compliance with school safety and sanitation guidelines for the Guam Department of Education doesn't actually go into effect until the start of the next school year. That being said, I know that you are moving forward with schools getting inspected, and 2 schools most recently failed inspection, but the law, I believe, allows you to continue operating these schools with the dual authorization of the superintendent as well as the Department of Public Health director. Can you explain why these 2 schools were shut down upon failed inspection?
At this juncture, the Director of Public Health is reluctant to enter into that agreement because of the situation that he's facing in terms of litigation and criminal charges.
How about you? Are you comfortable continuing operating schools that have failed inspection?
I am not without the work that we want to see done. We know why the schools failed. When we can re-inspect it, then we'll reopen it, and we're going to do that as quickly as possible because we need to get the kids back in the building.
Right, and then so I know, Joe, you had, and we talked about this before, where you had, I believe you called them school safety liaisons, right? And so they're familiar with all of the requirements of a public health inspection. They know what public health is looking for. These liaisons communicate with other schools that have been inspected, and you guys share information, right? And I've seen that this has been productive, especially when you have a school that is allowed to correct something on site, and then you get those liaisons to communicate that to schools that are pending inspection so that everybody's on the same page, correct? So what happened?
Yes.
Go ahead. So what happened with LBJ and Tamuning Elementary School?
Yeah, well, obviously, it's, progress and not perfection. And so we're trained by public health. Obviously, we're not public health inspectors. We are educators, we're school aides, and clerks that are the school safety liaisons. And, I can't say what happened relative to the closure of Tamuning and LBJ. There were facilities and maintenance employees on site fixing whatever needed to be fixed, but unfortunately, we ran out of time. And so as much as we want this process of our school safety liaison program to be in line with the Department of Public Work, the Division of Environmental Health, they are the experts, and they are the ones that tell us whether, we're spot on or we're not. And so, unfortunately, in the case of Tamuning and LBJ, we weren't.
That's what I've been saying all along. Now you guys are not the public health experts, and that's why we should leave it to public health. So some of the fixes here, and this is according to the report, LBJ, rodent control in 7 areas. Cleaner school grounds in 1 area, cleaner areas in 7 rooms, cleaner equipment in 12 rooms, proper plumbing in 2 restrooms for Tamuning Elementary, rodent control in 12 areas, cleaner areas in 20 classrooms. These kind of seem like some of the easier things that should be met. So again, in just examining what went wrong, because I know you're not the public health experts, but things like rodent control, those seem like kind of basic. So how do we prevent this from happening at other schools that are presumably going to be inspected and may even face closure if they fail?
And so what we have monthly principal meetings, and what's been working is those schools or those principals who have gone through inspection have shared what they've gone through, whether they failed or whether they passed inspection, and that information is shared with our school administrators. Hopefully, our school administrators take this information and implement it at their school so that when they are up for inspection, they'll be ready and they pass inspection.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, and of course I have some more questions in a little bit. But I did want to recognize Senator Sabina Perez. Thank you, and Senator Roy Canata. And we'll go ahead and start with Senator Tello Taitagui. Senator, did you have any questions for the panel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to my colleagues, and most especially good evening to DOE. You know, just listening to the presentation, it seems like it's the same presentation you gave us, you know, about a month ago with the PowerPoint presentation. I mean, it's moving slowly, very slowly, but I'm happy to know that when there is a school that you've opened and then realize after a while something is going wrong, that you're shutting it down, you know, and then trying to address the situation. But you know, my concern is about the money, you know, where the funding is coming from and if you're getting it quick enough. So, Mr. Superintendent, can you give me a little more information on about the funds that this legislature has appropriated to you and why you were telling us now, you know, we don't have to do this amendment that was in the bill that would give priority that money straight to DOE instead of all the other agencies?
The situation we're in, it's like, I guess, who's got the money, where is it?
Well, we know where it's at.
Yeah, we know where it's at.
Yeah, so.
And the process that has, with the procurement process to go through the DLAN, we had anticipated that it was going to be much quicker when we started. Obviously, it's turned out to not be that way, and there have been some situations that are outside our control, and part of it is what was brought up earlier is that we needed to do a more effective job, especially with 2 bigger contracts, one with fencing and the other with mold mitigation, is to be able to develop the specifications to the point that contractors could bid effectively. And then the issue of having someone available to process the procurement itself has been an issue, so that's slowed us down. The other projects that we have been working through our own procurement process internally, and the most recent one is the air conditioning contract. We've been able to get that moved faster. In hindsight, it may have been better to stay completely within our own operation. However, the DLAN process was intended to deal with the outcomes of the typhoon and reimbursement through FEMA, those processes. We had anticipated going faster. It didn't work that way.
So, Mr. Estevez, can you tell me, are there any agencies ahead of DOE receiving any of this fund that's in where the vouchers are coming from?
Are you referring to the reimbursement for public assistance, or?
Well, the $28 million that's in a fund that in order to get any of that money, you have to, provide a voucher, and agencies have privy to it, as well, but, it was intended for DOE, the 20 million. So I'm just wondering, are there any agencies ahead of DOE getting any of that funding?
No.
So DOE is at the head,
GDOE is a priority right now for us.
priority. Okay. That's good to know. I'm just worried about, this money not getting to you, or that it's being depleted by other agencies and it's not going to where it's supposed to go, and that is the intention of DOE. So other than that, the presentation was good. I appreciate all the information that you're giving us, and if I have any more questions, I will definitely reach out to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Titagui. Senator Joanne Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm really at a loss of how I'm going to proceed this evening. I don't know if I'm elated, I'm upset, I'm disgusted. Disappointed probably is the word. Very disappointed, because I am, all this is not getting these issues addressed at the way they need to be addressed. And I'm frustrated, because on this side of the aisle, we do policy. We are not the arms and the legs and the minds with the authority to execute our jobs, to operate, manage, and administrate DOE. Having been there, having done heavy lifting, having to make sure an operation moves, make sure physical needs of an operation are addressed or improved, dealing with procurement, it's very frustrating for me to sit and listen to this. Highly disappointed. I think there are a lot of people out there, including parents now, that have to probably don't even know how they're going to be able to assist their children on this online education, especially younger children. I was fortunate during the pandemic to be at home and not working, to be able to assist my child online. But that, for a young child, requires the entire school day. I don't know how many parents or single parents out there have that luxury, and yet worry about the safety and well-being of their child during a school day. We sound like we are doing our very first rodeo. There are highly paid administrators sitting here, and I have to tell you, I'm not even sure quite what to say, because I'm immensely disappointed. Immensely disappointed. Some of you have been at this for some time. I mean, how do you walk through a school every day and not see these issues? Granted, we had a typhoon, but this all is not related to the typhoon. Procurement, mold. We have talked about this over and over and over again. I mean, am I to believe that because, our good colleague here, Senator Chris, went into the schools, that that's all of a sudden how this became a public issue? Does it take a senator or senators to go into the school to identify these deficiencies? What are you administrators doing? What are you school principals doing? I hear the school principal, we related to, Central, and they didn't do anything. They didn't give us the resources. I would love to just operate a single facility, and that's the extent of my world. And I just don't understand, especially, and my eyes glaze over, because I have listened to this for years from different administrators, different heads of DOE, and we're not getting any better. We're not getting any better. I'm a product of 9 years of public school when we didn't have air conditioning, when we had vents and fans. We had air conditioning in the library to maintain the books. We had air conditioning where the Xerox reproduction room was so that the machine could operate properly. And I'm very pleased with my education. But to hear this issue of mold, what I summarize from all that is you guys haven't moved anywhere with regards to mold. You're telling me now you have to examine what the scope is of what we need to do, and what you're telling me is we haven't moved forward at all with procurement. I don't know whether there are contractors out there or not, but I would have loved to have heard that, yes, we got to this point and there's only one bidder, or there are no bidders. Then I can say, hey, okay, you did your due diligence, you did your job. I don't hear that. For those of you, you deputy administrators there, your deputy superintendents, I'm sorry, I don't know all these titles. How are you being held accountable? Because I'll tell you, if I got dragged down to the legislature and had to do my job this way, I'd either step down or step aside. I wouldn't put up with it, because either I'm deficient in my ability to do my job. Mr. Sanchez, you've been at it a while. You've been the acting superintendent. Are you the issue? Are you in the way of getting things addressed? Any of you? Who is going to be held responsible for this? This is inexcusable. School after school after school. And yes, you're right. We gave you an extra year, but we didn't give you an extra year to sit back and take it slow. We wanted to maximize the opportunity for as many of our children to be in school. You have the largest budget, the largest staff personnel of any agency in this government. And still, we are hearing tonight, we have no progress on mode mitigation. We have no contractors on board for mode mitigation, because we're still trying to figure out the scope of what we need. You think I'm fed up? I can't imagine a parent out there right now that has maybe 2 or 3 kids, that has to go to work to make a living, that can't depend on the school system to educate their child right now. So who's responsible? I'm going to ask you, Mr. Superintendent, or who's responsible? Whose head's going to roll for lack of performance? Or are we just going to be here next month and the month after, and we're going to hear the same old reasons? Same old excuses. Before we didn't have the money, now we have too much money, now we can't procure. Because I don't, Mr. Esteves here, has Homeland facilitated in any way your procurement for what you need for mold mitigation? There's the question. Has that moved anything further?
No, it has not moved in the direction that I want it to move.
And so what do you, those of you that are at the end receiving of this service, what have you done about it? It's 4 months since the typhoon. You have, and I asked you this last time, if you have your own procurement division, why are you not facilitating this? You have the ability to move this as fast as you want to. And yes, I know the requirements. I don't care for the laborious requirements of procurement, but there they are. Why aren't you doing it if they have not been able to deliver for you?
My understanding of where the contract process was up until about 10 days ago was different than what it is. And I was led to believe that it was farther in the procurement process, so that's why we didn't want to pull it back.
Possibly could have misrepresented that information to you? If you were the understanding of one, that it was at a certain level, only to find out it actually, from my understanding, has gone nowhere. It's gone nowhere. And yet we sit and talk about how critical mold mitigation is. Do you understand? This is pretty basic to me.
No.
I think at some point the excuses have got to go. I mean, the explanation, well, we're not the public health experts. No, we're not. But if you're going to operate the school system, you need to ensure that the school is clean and that it's safe and that the areas that need to be addressed and repaired need to be addressed. I worked at EPA. I was not the pesticide expert, but I had to make sure the pesticide expert was executing their responsibilities. When I was at DPW, I was not the bus driver, but I had to make sure the bus drivers were out there doing their job. I had to make sure the mechanics were getting the resources they needed to do their job. I had to make sure the inspectors that were out there inspecting buildings were doing their job, and they weren't. Or they were under the table, then, we just had to deal with that. And now I wasn't the crane operator, but I had to make sure the cranes were operating. So if you want to be administrators and sit in these positions with all these wonderful, lofty titles that when I was a student in DOE we never had, then deliver on it. Because I'm frankly tired of listening to the excuses. This to me is unacceptable. And if your team can't do it, then what are you going to do to change the team to make it happen? 4 months, we have moved nowhere with regards to mold mitigation. That's the reality. I don't think anyone here can tell me otherwise. And then tell me, oh, we have to really fine-tune the specs. As if we are doing this for the very first time. My disgust is a year ago, and Senator Frank knows this, your management team before your time decided that 22% pay raises was the priority. And they took federal money intended for the repairs of these schools to begin implementing a pay raise. Wonderful, right before the election. That was the priority, and here we are now, a year later, and where are we with regards to our schools and the maintenance that could have been started a year ago? I understand the typhoon impact. I can identify with that, and those things that you can point out and tell me this is the result of the typhoon, I can understand that. But there's a lot of other things on this list that were not typhoon related. Air conditioning. What procurement did you put in place to get air conditioners replaced? We know air conditioners, even in your own home, you got to maintain them every 6 months, otherwise they're not going to last. What have you done to do that? Do you have a vendor online? Do you have unlimited ability to continue to go back to that vendor to replace for the time they have a contract? This is not funny about this air conditioning situation, even though, hey, I was there, I voted for the Adequate Education Act.
I can't speak to the history of the air conditioning contracting in this district. I can tell you that we have completed the contract to service and repair and replace all of the air conditioning in the district. It's sitting at the AG's office ready to go to the governor so that they can start work.
And how about with regards to procuring new air conditioners? What is your procurement for that? And what's the time frame to begin addressing these in these classrooms, assuming the load
This
gets
includes
mitigated?
procurement and maintenance.
What has been in place? It's been several.
I can't speak to what was in place.
Well, again, it's been several months. What units have been? I see the listing here of what is deficient with regards. I'm just giving an example of air conditioners. What has been done in the last 3 months to replace these air conditioners and put new air conditioners? I'm assuming you have put new air conditioners in classrooms. Have you?
Senator, we had, from last year, a contract for repair, preventive maintenance, and some installation. That fell short. We upfronted the allowable 10% increase for a purchase order. So for the cumulative 5-year period, we upfronted that. Unfortunately, the down air conditioners and the demand, the amount of ACs we put into a certain building in Southern High just depleted that contract pretty quickly. So that's the contract for the repair and preventive maintenance. That contract's still valid, but there's no funding available for it until October 1st. That's when the new funding is available. The AC contract that the superintendent is referring to is the outright purchase. And with that outright purchase, because of I was made aware of the law that requires DOE to purchase all new purchases of ACs must come with 5-year warranty, repair, preventive maintenance service. So that's all inclusive in this new contract.
And what's your time frame to get that in place and start getting these, and can your contractor accommodate? Because the list is long. The list is very long, and the amount of classrooms probably in every school here that needs, is your contractor going to be able to deliver on that?
CIP has concluded it was going to be, projected is going to be ready about mid-September. A couple weeks, a week or a couple weeks.
I'll hold you to that. Mid-September,
Yes.
What is today?
8.
Yeah, 6 days, 7 days?
Yes, ma'am.
I just have to say, Mr. Superintendent, I just think somebody needs to be held accountable at the end of the day, because I've heard the story. Like I said, my eyes are glazed over. I will continue to attend every single hearing here, and I hope you guys are able to chip away at this list. But we didn't arrive here overnight. We didn't wake up this morning and all of a sudden. These issues have existed, and they've been long-term issues, all the way down to, my goodness, you guys procuring. I don't know what the status of your solar panels are. I don't know what the status of your security systems are that were intended to be put in place for the schools, because we always hear, weekly, every few weeks about the break-ins. I mean, the list is long. Has that ever been addressed? Did we ever get the security systems installed? Are the solar panels in at these schools? This is all pre-typhoon.
I only can comment at this point. What you're seeing is what I'm seeing as well, and I'm not happy with it either. And as I come into this situation now with 2 months to get a grip on what is and what isn't, there are two things that are going to help me leverage the reorganization and reshaping of this system. One is the budget that we have, and that's downsizing the system to fit what we actually have, because we've been working with a capacity for 50,000 students, and we have just shy of 25,000. So there's a lot of facilities we need to shed. That's going to help a lot. The other part is I'll be using the realities of the lawsuit that we're working with. Those two levers, we're going to change quite a few things: organizational structure, staffing, and use of our resources. That's going to take a lot of community coordination with folks at your level and with mayors and communities, but it's going to be about 2 years of work to reshape what we're doing. But we need to right-size the district for what we really are now and live within our means.
Well, I do wish you well with that. I mean, many have tried. I wish you well, because
Well,
I don't see, as time has gone on, DOE become more efficient. I see it's become bigger. I see administrations become bigger. I see titles of certified teachers that have been moving into administration more so than being in the classroom. So I hope you're successful.
I'll just say that I come to this with a pretty objective eye, and I don't have allegiances anywhere. My
Well-
allegiance is to the students that we serve, and that's what we're here to do.
Well, I just hope the next time the legislature appropriates money to DOE, your only response is yes, I need every penny I can get. Because I have to tell you, since we last met, I read your press release that you provided, and even I have to raise my eyebrow because I'm trying to understand the Fino English that just really... I wouldn't recommend you ever get caught up between the legislature and the administration. I hope you're always going to advocate for DOE, irrelevant of the politics. Because trust me, the politics runs deep and thick here. I don't want to see you get caught in the crossfire, because it's very possible.
No, I'm aware of that.
So you might
I don't
want
want
to
be
you
there
might want to
either.
step aside, and the only answer you have for any financial appropriation the legislature provides is thank you very much, and we need more. But to ever tell us you don't need the $20 million that we appropriate, and the governor took, instead of taking the money from other non-critical areas in government of Guam, she took it from DOE. And they're saying, oh, you're flush with federal money, so yeah, we can do this. And for you guys to say, oh, we don't need it because it's going to affect our procurement. Really? The procurement that we don't see moving? I just think it's something you better be mindful early on. I hope you do. Oh, trust me, we want to see some changes. We're not happy with this. We're not happy with this. And I don't think a lot of other people, including parents that have their children in the system right now, are happy. So I wish you all the success. I do want to ask this because I'm scratching my head here with this explanation about these schools that we have these contracts with. And the explanation that, and I just want to get this clear, if I'm incorrect, please clarify, that they do not address any typhoon damage or natural disasters, that's not in the contract. So you might need to elaborate on that so I have some sense of understanding of what exactly does that mean. If I don't physically own the building and I'm leasing it, but if it gets damaged in a typhoon, the owner of the building is not responsible, and I as the leasee are responsible for damage to the building that I'm leasing, that I'm assuming the owner is supposed to provide a certain degree of usage for me to be able to use that building. That's why I'm paying all this money to lease the building. But if I'm lost there, please enlighten me.
I would never have signed that lease. We've thoroughly investigated the side through legal channels, and that's exactly the way it's set up. There's a requirement for routine maintenance and care to a point, but the natural disaster type loss is not in the agreement.
Are these buildings
excluded.
insured? Are they insured?
We're only self-insured. We don't carry insurance policies. And
Does the owner
they're-
carry insurance
they-
policy on the facility that
They
you're
have
leasing?
coverage that excludes typhoons.
You
The
know, I
owner
could
does.
understand, Mr. Superintendent, having coverage that maybe excludes snowstorms. That I could understand. I would put that provision in. Typhoons, the odds of us, even though it's been a stretch, are pretty good.
You're absolutely right. I was stunned with that, but I've been told by our attorneys and by the governor's attorneys, the people who write these contracts, that that's an exclusion that we're accountable for. They're not. Like I said, I would never sign a lease like that.
So really, we're getting these buildings so we can get janitorial service? Is that the extent of what we're paying for? Is that what all we're getting?
Mr. Senator, if I can just comment. So some of these lease schools, and again, I just want to, for the record, these lease schools are negotiated on behalf of, and their agreements with the government of Guam, and we're the beneficiaries of the lease schools. In the stipulated agreements, there's different things that are provided, and as you're aware, this body provides funding to pay these annual lease agreements. Those lease agreements do cover the general maintenance and upkeep of the school. So when we look at the situation of the lease schools now, there's current things that we're examining to make sure that we're maximizing the leverage of that contract. So we do have our attorneys looking at it. We want to make sure that the funding that's being provided and the services that are already being paid for have been actually delivered and they're meeting the cost of those contracts. We're absent viewing, and we've been in discussions of this, we're actually absent viewing the work orders, the actual receipts and invoices of these lease schools. It goes straight through DOA, payments are released. I get to record the transaction in terms of revenues. In terms of the lease agreements that stipulate versus some of the typhoon damage, we are looking at that. We are trying to work with these lease schools to make sure that they're accountable for making any of the necessary repairs. There are some languages in there that aren't to the best and in favor to GDOE, which is why we're having legal take a look at this and see what avenues best to pursue, so that one, we can hold them accountable for the money that we've already paid for, because some of these conditions are pre-typhoon, and then two, what is the maximum leverage that we can use to identify the contract and hold them responsible for any typhoon-related damages, understanding that they can also go through the FEMA process and get those reimbursements as well.
Who's been in charge of doing this since these leases were put in place? I mean, it sounds like we're just getting revelation now about some of these requirements or deficiencies.
Yeah, and seeing that's kind of the transition with kind of our superintendents and management teams, is it's always had the superintendent head, that's the head of the department, serving as the main point of contact for GDOE. In terms of monitoring and working with the lease schools, we do have a CIP division. Again, we're going through some changes in our department, but in looking at the obligations of the lease and the payments, that's a structure that's signed by the government of Guam and by the governor, and then DOA handles some of those payments. So we get to get the schools, and we're seeing the landlord every day we operate the schools, but in terms of the service delivery, the billings and all of that, that's not taken care of our agency.
Yes, but I assume your job's to make sure the deliverables are there.
That's what we're trying to iron out right now, because we are seeing a schedule of a budget that pertains to each identified school per line item, and we're trying to trace those expenses with DOA to identify that if the service was actually billed and paid, that they had been delivered. And this is a process, again, that's been handled in past by the superintendent and our CIP, and then with the leaseholders directly.
But you would think structural-wise, up until just, your most recent superintendent prior, not your actings, but with John Fernandez, who was there for the length of time that he was there, I mean, it was a musical chair with regards to directors, as they used to be called. I mean, they didn't last very long. I don't understand structurally why it would be with any superintendent. The superintendents are always going to change. You'd want a structure within DOE that's going to be there consistently, because it's not the superintendent's going to go out and do all these inspections and make sure that the checklist is made and addressed. I mean,
no, the superintendent
and we've been paying out all this money for how many years?
No, the superintendent is the head of the agency, represents GDOE at the table, but he does have a division, which was the CIP division, which we do have, again, which is going through significant changes, and we're trying to kind of restaff there.
But by all means, again, and I'm putting it back on you guys squarely, because it's your job to do this. I mean, we're here as policymakers. We're the easy target. We're the ones publicly that are going to get the, well, why is this happening? What are they doing? You guys are the ones that are in charge of the educational system. And now you're telling me you're reorganizing or whatever your CIP division to deliver what should have consistently already been there. I want that job.
No,
I want that job to sit down and go through the checklist, because that is not that hard a job. Give me that job.
Mr. Again, I want to just clarify, on the lease agreements, we're holding the lesser accountable for what is being identified as funded, paid for, and delivered. So that's what we're trying to do and trying to improve
I
upon.
understand, but you're saying you're trying to do it. I'm just saying that should have always been in place. I'm not here to simply complain about it, but I have to tell you, and again, I've done some major operations in the government. Maybe Senator Blas, any other member of the body here? Well, you've done a few, but I've actually done some major operations because I've had to deliver. I can't hope it gets done. So yeah, I can sit up here and complain, because when I see basic operational issues not being addressed, it's just frustrating. You guys are the high-paid administrators. It's your job to make sure these things happen. And the fact that we have to come down here and go over this is really disappointing. I would be, if I were in any of your shoes right now, I'd be hiding under the table. Because all we hear are, well, we're doing this, or we're just doing, well, the Department of Education is squarely on your shoulders. It's there now. These issues have not been addressed to the level they need to be. And yes, I am frustrated, because I get to see the people every day. Our jobs, they can decide if they don't want us tomorrow, and that's fine. They got the right to do that. Some of you guys have been sitting at this for years. Years. And yet, we are like starting at kindergarten, grade 1 here, on basic maintenance and operations of the school system. And oh, I don't have the expertise, that's public health. Really? To make sure that schools are clean and sanitized and the basic needs are being met by our children? Because I'll tell you, DOE is sliding. I never had an issue in the DOE system when I was there. And I spent there from kindergarten to the 9th grade. I have no complaints. I knew who my principal was. I knew who the cafeteria workers were. I knew who the janitors were. I knew who our PE teachers were. And I have to tell you, to hear this when we pour so much more money into the operations, when you have so many more people with so many more titles, and the DOE system and the accountability of the operations is far less. This is shameful. This is shameful. I mean, does our good chairman have to be the one to show, oh gosh, look at the rat? Yeah, I'm glad the trap got caught, the rat, but the fact that the rat was there in the first place when these kids were going to school, really? And where's your procurement with regards to that? Do you have one for every school? Where are you with regards to that now? Because that...
Vector control is in place.
But it wasn't in place. As recent as how long ago?
When was it?
The new contract just took effect about 5 weeks ago.
And where were we before then?
It lapsed, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can see the frustration as to why when we hear this kind of stuff, because I'm assuming who's watching the hen house here?
Senator, if I may speak, I'd like to stand up for my school administrators. They are hardworking. They spend their own money to clean up and fix up the schools.
And why do they have to do that?
Exactly.
Why do they have to do that?
And it's sad.
Well,
that-
yeah, it's sad because you guys are in administration. Why do they have to do that?
Well, our budget.
Our budget. Yes, because we don't prioritize, because you know what? There are things you have to sacrifice to make sure the most basic operations are met. And maybe you need to look at you, Mr. Superintendent. If you're going to look at your operations, then cut what you don't really need to make sure that the classrooms are clean and operational and that you have certified teachers in there teaching our kids. Because there's a lot of other things at DOE that have been unnecessary. You guys have gotten away with a lot of stuff for a long time. You don't get the level of scrutiny in your budget some of these little operations in the government get. You guys get away with a lot of stuff. So I've heard about all this sacrifice, but these guys, your teachers and your school admin, they don't need to be sacrificing. You guys need to be sacrificing. You guys need to be cutting, because you have the largest budget in the government of Guam, and you still can't deliver a safe, clean environment for students. I don't think I've ever been as upset at a hearing in my entire life. And I've been here, yes, as Senator Barnett knows, an awful long time. I've heard that story. And I've been there in the schools cleaning and scrubbing and painting. But that situation is your responsibility. You guys are the high-paid administrators that are running DOE. What are you doing to address it? What are you doing to cut? Because there's not an infinite level of money. You've only got so much to work with and you need to prioritize. And there's a lot of things you can look at where you can cut. But to continue to expect us and the taxpayers of Guam to keep funding this kind of operation when I see other schools, private schools, charter schools that get far less money that are operational. Yes, I know I'm going on, but I just can't help myself tonight.
I don't blame you, Senator. Very frustrating.
I mean, we are here to support you. We've given you the additional time. I understand where our chairman is coming from. We don't want to see children either in unsafe environments, and we've given you the opportunity to have additional time. But we have an expectation that you guys deliver on what you're supposed to do, what your mandates are, because they are your mandates. You are the administrators that run DOE. That responsibility is squarely on your shoulders. And if it's not being delivered, Mr. Superintendent, I hope to see changes. Because to me, individual people are irrelevant if the mission is not being met. And I think we're at that level already, because I'll tell you, if I hear another this, and this, and we're, we mold, and we have moved nowhere in 4 months to get a contractor out there to the schools. I'm already like, let's go get the Clorox fan and wipe it down ourselves. This is inexcusable, and I'm sorry to express, no, I'm not sorry to express my frustration. I think there are a lot of people that are feeling this, especially the parents right now with their children that can't even send their kids to school, that will not have the resources to do online learning. And that to me is inexcusable, and I want to see changes. I hope, Mr. Superintendent, with the time you're there, that you do some changes, because something needs to happen. I don't think we can continue, or will the public, I think, find this acceptable to see Department of Education continue to operate? Because I'll tell you, I will be one to be very happy to deconstruct. I will be happy to deconstruct. If that's what it's going to take to make sure our kids are getting the education, a safe environment that's responsive to their needs, I would be happy to do that. Might not last politically, but I'd certainly be happy to start that train rolling, because the existing structure and what I see is not delivering on what we would like to see for our children. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a chill pill.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Frank Blas Jr.
Thank you much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for you all being here. I can understand the frustration by Senator Brown, and because granted that we had a typhoon, there were many things that should have been done and that could have been done that weren't done. But before I go on, Ms. Cruz, Deputy, you mentioned earlier that we've had already about 12 schools inspected. And I remember that our conversations in an earlier briefing that we were anticipating about 3 schools a week to be inspected. What's been happening to that? I mean,
Well, since the law has extended the requirements, we felt that we wanted to address at least 1 to 2 schools every week so that we can pass inspection. We didn't want to fast track and push inspections when we knew that schools were not ready for inspection. So that was the reason that we reduced the number of inspections of schools so that we're not failing and we're not pushing or forcing an inspection where schools may not be ready and then be in a situation where our students are in remote learning.
Okay, but, you know, even when we had the discussion about having at least 3 schools a week per inspected, I was hoping that that was the whole intent, is to try to get these schools up and running, up and ready for the inspections. Mr. Swanson? Dr.
Yeah,
Swanson?
Senator, we worked with public health, and they looked at their resources and asked if we could not do 3 a week, and we said we committed to 1 or 2 a week, which is what we've been doing. And the schedule that we're on, we should be finished with all of the schools by April, by spring break.
You had April? The last time we discussed, we wanted to get all these schools inspected by October, right? So, with the revelation as to what happened to Tumuning Elementary and LBJ, how's that coming along now? That schedule? I understand that you want them to pass and everything, but you know, I think also the inspection serves as a guide, because as you had stated, you're not public health inspectors. As much as you want to be able to hopefully clean it to the standards that's going to pass, maybe that was a beta test or a litmus test as to how this process is going to work, how it's working. Okay, and I don't want to belabor and go on a little bit more. I'm going to move on to my next question, because I don't want to go there. You know, there's recent news reports of about $50 million in federal funding that's going to be returned by the end of this month. From what pot of money is that? And the first off, is that the correct figure? What is the figure?
So let me go through an update. And the pot of fund, first to answer your first question, the pot of fund that they're referring to is the ESF2. That has an expiration date of September this year, so September 23, end of the month. The amount that was originally reported at 58 million, again, that was as of June. That's a point-in-time snapshot. In terms of what is actually remaining, it's about 27 million. So the difference is between the 58 and the 27 remains in encumbrances and requisitions, which is currently in the workflow. So right now, the balances, and there's always that risk, right? As you receive grants, it does come with a period of performance. It does come with an expiration date. Mm-hmm. So the idea that the fund and the grant does have a term limitation, or for lack of better terms, but it does come in and expire, is one that we're cognizant on. So we have implemented different strategies to make sure that we try our best. Again, we have to execute, but we have to execute within the parameters of what's allowed in the grant. So currently, we do have a strategy to make sure that anything in workflow gets processed, procured, executed, so we can take advantage of the late liquidation period. And then from there, any of the remaining balances, like the $27.5 million that we're seeing, we're already in discussions with USAID to incorporate what's called, I don't know if you're familiar with the FIFO accounting in first in, first out. And really that's centered around the oldest grants get spent first, so you don't lose that. So we're lining that up with allowable activities under the ARP in the hopes of approval. We'll be successfully be able to transfer those expenditures to the ASF, thereby bringing down that balance and re-upping the balance of the ARP. So long story short is that large number that you were looking at in the 58, there's some process that's in progress in terms of in-system progress, procurement, that we're hoping to make sure that we're able to encumber and obligate so that we can take advantage of the late liquidation. And then from there, the remaining balances of 27.5, we're in communication with USAID. If deemed allowable, we'll go ahead and get those funds, the expenditures on the ARP, transferred and put those balances re-upped into the ARP, which extends the timeline. So it's basically taking one grant with the early time period expiration, drawing the expenditures from a grant that's already allowable and moving that balances forward so it expires next year.
But doesn't ARP and ESF have two different functions?
So there's two different functions, but in reviewing some of the line items that are allowed, under the ESF, one of the line items that we're looking for to utilize that generally falls into categories. And again, the ESF was given as a rescue fund, so it's to prepare, prevent, and respond to COVID. But then there's also the activities that we have to kind of line item to make sure that we were generally requiring with the intent of the money, which is the academic recovery, the mental health, and the personal protective equipment. So in aligning how the grant could be used in ESF, some of the overlap on utilization could be tied to ARP. And remember how grants were given to DOE, they were given in different time periods and different expirations. So again, the idea is for us to make sure that we can find that allowable activity and match and transfer that expenditure to a grant that has an earlier expiration date. I feel very confident and comfortable that at least as we aligned it, that it should be favorable for USAID to give us that approval. And Senator, you're familiar with what we've used the ARP grants for in terms of leverage. One of the bigger items is the utilities. So we're currently seeking that approval from USAID. And I just recently reviewed the latest updates on how those funds could be used. And on the FAQs issued by the granting agency, you can see that utilities was one of them that could be generally deemed allowable to return to in-person, face-to-face learning. It was a supported activity that could be funded.
So is that under ARP or ESF?
It was under the ESF guidance and ES in the FAQs, but under ARP, we already knew it was allowable because that's the funding source that we use to leverage the grant. So again, we have that grant expenditure already paid because we leveraged ARP. We want to transfer the expenditure from ARP to the remaining balance of ESF, the FIFO method, applying the earlier expenditure or the expenditure in the grant to the earlier expiration of the grant, which is the older money, in this case would be ESF2.
What was the primary function of ARP?
So ARP has, let me give you the priorities that we set forth. So just so I don't go off. So in the case of these grants, and there's different provisions and different allowabilities, but in the case of these grants, there's a general provision that it has broad-based activity. So we're kind of flexible in the supplement versus supplant not being applicable in some areas, and then how we can dedicate these funds toward those areas. In the ARP, I don't have the specific grant. Let me see if I do. Yes, I do. So for the ARP, at least from the priorities, and again, it was to address interrupted instruction, strategies to meet our social, emotional, mental health, and academic needs, evidence-based summer after-school and extended learning and enrichment programs, early childhood education, all students have access to teachers, counselor, and personnel, support at-risk students who have been severely impacted by the pandemic, and again, that general provision for us to increase academic performance and learning and service the safety of our schools will fall into that provision.
When is the when is ARP expire?
ESF2 or ARP?
No,
ARP is next year. And just to clarify for the record, I know that the report put out that ESF2 expires this month. ESF2 expires this month, but there's a late liquidation period for 4 months after, and then there's an actual extension for another 14 months. So basically, we do have, so the idea is for...
You better check that again, because remember, I wrote to the Secretary of Education.
I just checked it, and again, I think we have a total of, I'll go back and I'll verify for the record. I do know we have a first liquidation period built into the grant. Late liquidation was 4 months.
Because if you can recall, earlier this year, I did write to the Secretary of Education asking to assist you guys.
I saw that.
Okay?
I saw that. This was, you did that earlier this year. This guidance is kind of up to date. So but I'll make sure that we're on the same page.
Okay, so you can thank me later. Anyways, go ahead.
I know, I saw that, but again, the late liquidation period and the expiring grants is available. So the idea, again, the two strategies that we're taking is obligate and encumber, so those funds can go through the extension period. The remaining balances transfer to the expiring grant first.
Okay.
And that's just a consistent strategy that would be allowable. We're just seeking approval from USAID. So again,
But you haven't received that approval yet. When do you expect that approval?
I'm hoping they're here next week. I'm hoping that we get some good news from them.
And if you do get approval, how much of the 27.5 can you be able to move over?
I have excess expenditures for utilities over the 27.5.
So you do?
Yeah, I can take down the balance if they're approving it. And then I will free up the balance because I'm transferring the AR expenditures and move the funds back into ARP, which has a later extension date.
Okay, and how much is left in ARP?
I don't have those figures on me, but I know that number is still quite high. We're probably under 100 million, and a lot of it is in requisition because of our CIP projects.
I'd be interested to find out how you guys can intend, okay, or how you guys will spend that ARP before the deadline.
Certainly, a large part of it, again, from the remaining balance, if we're successful, and I'm hoping that we are, in getting a contractor to do the large-scale school-based improvements on a large scale, that's $80 million right there. We do have the air conditioning contract, and to answer Senator Brown's question earlier, I didn't want to go through the history, but the history generally was the local government will provide a little bit over $1 million. We use that on the annual budget basis to support air cons. In the past year, when we had access to the federal grants, we came in with a contract that was supposed to be targeted at a higher number, came in a little bit under what we needed. So this contract here is the large-scale contract that will get us to the identified deficiencies for all the longstanding air conditioning issues in the department. Point in time, again, we do have air conditioners breaking down daily, so these numbers fluctuate. The real thing is to get the $10 million in ARP, this contract signed, get that executed, and then again, sustaining the funding to make sure that we don't go back into this predicament.
Okay, well, speaking of contracts, and you mentioned earlier in your slide presentation that unfortunately, with more specifically with the GEFF schools, that they're not responsible for the typhoon damages, right?
I wanted to make sure that we're clear in the contract. We are examining the level of responsibility and holding them accountable for what should be provided in the contract. As far as the other services due to the typhoon, that's what we're also looking for support from them.
Okay, well, because obviously the mold was extenuated by the typhoon, but it existed prior to it. And I'm sure that there were many other complaints and there were many other issues that were identified previous to the typhoon, that the typhoon, as a result of the typhoon, it, in some cases got worse, but it existed pre-typhoon. Are we looking into whether or not those things are going to be?
Yes, that was a conversation I was trying to, and I didn't want to go and debate the senator earlier, but that was the conversation where we're examining the amount of funding that is being provided to the Lease schools in terms of insurance and maintenance, making sure that the service delivery for that is being completed because it is being funded. From there, anything outside of that typhoon related, we're having them look into that and examine what they can do in terms of coverage per the lease agreement. And if they can't, we don't want to leave our administrators in that school without the support. So we're willing and able to assist in any way we can, but we're trying to hold what we can get funded in terms of the contract, hold them to that obligation, what they can cover and what they can deem that they're responsible for in terms of legally from their contract, whether or not they can get any recovery or insurance money from the typhoon damage. And then from there, anything left in between is something that we have to make sure that we do not have our administrators at those schools without the necessary support.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that is a disclaimer. I have a nuptial interest in this, right? I have a nuptial interest in this school, in these kind of schools.
Yes.
Right? Okay, I'm just checking. Huh? Okay, then actually the last one, we talk about the unfortunate necessity to go online education. And in some cases, we're using that right now. Okay? I know that you've got schools that are on basically alternate days. And the off day, if it was really not an off day, it's an online day. But, as Ms. Cruz, you pointed out, is that there's obviously issues with regards to internet access. Just that alone. Okay, have we secured and we're secure with any contractual needs or contracts necessary for, I know you guys had MiFi before, but that contract expired, from my understanding.
So the good thing is we still have from COVID our existing contract with the vendor
Oh, so you
regarding
do have the
Wi-Fi.
contract still?
We do. Yeah, it's about 12,000 Wi-Fi. So they still were out to various places because of COVID. What we've done is we've asked them to, whoever is not actively using it, to return it. So just to let you know, we had a lot that were distributed to students, but a lot of students don't use it because all of the sites that they would want to go on are blocked. Only educational sites are used, so you can't go on Netflix, you can't go on Hulu.
What do you mean?
can't.
They don't want to use the educational sites?
No, well, unless they have to.
Oh, okay.
They won't use the educational sites, right? So it's very limited. So what we've asked schools to do is if you have students or whoever who are not using it, like we see that they're not using it as often, we ask them to return it, and we're prioritizing all of the schools that are alternating days are now, well, LBJ now and to winning. So we have existing Wi-Fis that we're distributing to the students who have to go online.
How do you teach a kindergartner or first grade how to use the Wi-Fi?
Well, presumably you would teach the parents. So you teach the kids as much as you can. You teach the parents. You try to support the parents as much as they can. The good thing about the Wi-Fis is once you do it once, they can bring it into the school also. And if they bring it into the school, they hook it up to the laptop. Once you do it the first time, it will do it automatically from then on. But
So
it is
parents
challenging.
trying to access the other sites, not the students.
Well,
Come on, I have to defend the students here.
Kinder first and second, yeah, generally it'll be the parents, but then once the kids get a little bit more savvy, they tend to kind of take over.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a balance.
I'm going to go ahead and end this, but please, I have to, share in the frustration from Senator Brown that just the pace of the inspection itself, that was, for me, it was a little disappointing. I was hoping, even if you fail the inspection, at least you knew why you failed, and we can move forward from that. I don't think anybody here, any one of us expected LBJ or Tumuning Elementary to fail the way it failed, okay? And, I was just hoping that things get much better than that, okay? Mr. Cooper-Nurse, I will be very much interested on the ESF and the ARP.
Yes.
Okay?
I'll keep you updated. Again, we have a visit from USAID
I
coming up.
just want to
this
tell you
week.
that I told you so, but I told you. Okay? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sabina Paris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to everyone for being here. So I remember the last time we had these oversight, DOE divided the schools into phase 1, 2, and 3. And so what I'm seeing is that, the phase 1s seem to be passing, right? Except for maybe Attica, which is up for reinspection. And the phase 2 failed, right? The LBJ and Tumuning, they're phase 2 schools. And so I remembered that you categorize these schools based on the timeline and the amount of resources that are needed, the type of resources, amount of resources that are needed. So the other thing consideration is the procurement. So it seems like procurement, from the last time we had an oversight, it's moved a little bit. It's moved to the governor's desk. It's been released, right, for all districts, is that correct? Hagu, Lagu, Hagu.
So there's several groups of procurement, but the main ones dealing with the typhoon are with OCD and Homeland. The regular facilities and maintenance CIP procurement, that's with DOE. We still maintain that. So the air conditioning, the refurbishment, the smaller procurement regarding restrooms and stuff like that stayed with DOE.
Okay, but the AC bid is already out.
So the contract is actually with the AG's office now for the last stage. I know the schools are very excited to hear that too. And after it leaves the AG's office, it's going to go straight to the governor for final signatures. And just to clarify for a timing issue, I know that question came up. Those are actually 4 separate contracts. And to us, that's an improvement because originally, just like custodial services, landscape, all of that, they were one contract with the entire district. And what we've learned, so we're trying to kind of improve, is when you have one vendor for the entire department, there tends to be capacity issues, and they would claim capacity issues. We don't have enough of this, we don't have enough of that, and so on. So with the air conditioning, it's actually 4 separate contracts. It so happens to be the same vendor, like the same vendor ended up winning all 4, but our intent is to make sure that we hold that vendor accountable as though they were 4 separate individuals. We're not gonna accept, concerns about, oh, we don't have enough capacity because we have to go here. We're expecting that this vendor treats it like you have 4 separate contracts with 4 separate entities, and we expect the same timeline. So with that, we expect the timeline to be much faster than it would be if it were one under one contract.
Okay, yeah, that's an improvement from the last time we had this oversight. Yeah, I remember it was still with DOE, from what I recall, and so now it's at the AG's desk.
Yeah, it's a 2.5 year effort that
Yeah.
this has been going through. So
Yeah,
we're really
since the
excited
last
to be where we are.
superintendent. Okay, so it seems to me like you have a game plan, right? You have your big 8, and if you can pretty much address those big 8, you have a better chance of passing. Is that correct? As far as the variances, how is that moving along?
Well, what's happening is, I think we submitted over 250 variances. And so what's happening with the variances is it varies from school to school. So what the inspectors do is they take the variances. Let's say for CL Titano, they submitted an X amount of number of variances. They take those variances and determine at the school site. So it's not a variance that's approved prior to the inspection. However, they take the variances with them and determine whether they would approve the variance or not.
So in looking at Tamuning Elementary and LBJ, so what were some of the learning, what did you learn from that so that you can prevent failures and, when they're re-inspected or failures in other schools? What was the takeaway?
Takeaway, I think, is just when I sat in the exit meeting with the Division of Environmental Health, is just the basic cleanliness, working closely with our vendors, our custodial vendors, and just basic housekeeping skills were something that stood out for me. That a lot of the ones could have been fixed right on site, yeah, that's pretty much it. And then obviously the big 8 that Joe was talking about. Obviously we have issues with our air conditioning, issues with our vector control. However, we do have a contract with a company for vector control, but yeah, it just that was the takeaway, is just basic cleanliness and the big 8.
Okay. Do all the schools have school safety liaisons
Yes.
trained by DEH?
Yes.
And did LBJ and Tamuning have those?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So how was that missed, the cleanliness part? I mean, I'm sure that's...
How was it what?
Why was that missed? If they were trained to do the self-inspection, I mean, basically quality control, right, is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I
So, I mean,
understand.
this is the takeaway, one of the takeaways. If, the system, right, what is the process? How can we improve the process? So if the school safety liaison is trained, how come they didn't catch this? Something that could have been avoided. So that's something to question about these other school safety liaisons. What is their standard of performance, and
Right.
is there a way to go back and make sure, like regroup the different safety liaisons so we stand a better chance of
And Public
passing?
Health has reached out and said that they would be able to provide more training for our safety liaisons so that we can better improve our program. so that, you know, we're not in a situation where schools are being closed. And so working with public health definitely will help our school safety liaisons so that we can improve, right? And so that's one takeaway that, you know, that we've learned from this school closure.
Okay. In regards to the Guam Education Facility Fund schools, so I noticed one is in a phase 3 category, if I'm not mistaken, and some are 1 or 2. What is the status of, I guess, the contract? I mean, because they were supposed to, we pay good money for maintenance, and why is it that they are at, you know, as low as a phase 3 level? Who has oversight of whether those maintenance is actually being done?
Yeah, so yeah, Frank speaks definitely to the contract part and the finance part, and I speak more on the operations side because I discussed this a lot with the schools. So basically what's happening now is we're really trying to differentiate, as Frank noted, any damage or any work that was requested prior to the typhoon, because we feel, and GEF is aware of this, so we've already discussed this with them about, you know, looking at the maintenance requests, looking at whatever damage was done prior to the typhoon that could have been either made worse because of the typhoon or should have been taken care of prior to the typhoon, because that's really something that they're responsible for. Everything post-typhoon that's directly related to the typhoon, apparently, as you know, we're told, is not covered. So we've been definitely working with the schools. There's a punch list that GEF provided us. So GEF did a school-by-school, room-to-room assessment on their own. Our principals have that assessment. Right now we're in the process of kind of cross-checking those things. But essentially what's happening, from our understanding, the status is they're looking at the governor's office, because they're the ones who hold the contract, about amending the contract so that GEF will be able to take responsibility for the remaining items. And any additional cost will be allocated to GEF for things that are not supposed to be covered. We believe this is the best way. We have a very aggressive deadline of September 30. That might not necessarily be hit, but it's something that we're really trying to take seriously, because we want that contract signed, because we think that if we were to end up having to do the procurement on our own, that's another set of procurement items that, you know, quite frankly, if we were to take those on now, well, we can't really, it's not really, doesn't make sense for us to predict how long that's going to take. But if we put it under the contract, we're able to amend the contract, GEF can take care of it. We're confident that from a logistics standpoint, they'll be able to take care of their part, and any delays would be based on availability of, you know, the tiles or the whatever needs to fly in. There's some specialized air conditioning ducts and air conditioning that needs to be replaced. So barring all of that, you know, we still believe that this is the fastest route.
Okay. And with the procurement coming out, do you foresee some of these phase 3 schools coming into compliance?
Yes. Yeah, that's actually our biggest target. So the phases was really good in the beginning, because we were concerned that those would be anticipated opening dates. And that really concerned us, you know, to have schools closed for 2 months and so on. That was really problematic. But, you know, based on what we've done, based on what we've asked the schools to do, those phases really now focus more on not so much opening, but as far as the timeline for the procurement, the major parts of the procurement that will need to be taken care of. The phase 3 ones are still far off, right? So you're looking at schools that require renovations to the plumbing, or renovations to the restrooms and the roofing. Leaks right now is a big challenge. So all of our issues with ceiling tiles and whatnot, they just, you know, we replace them, they get rained on again. So today, with all the rain today, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some schools that are going to have to remove ceiling tiles because of the leaks to the roof. So those are the issues that are really geared more for phase 3. So it doesn't necessarily prevent them from opening, but they are major items that we still want to take care of.
So just in anticipation, they potentially, are you seeing that they're going to be online education when it comes time for inspection, or are you foreseeing that they're going to be in double session?
So that's, quite honestly, that's what we're trying to avoid, So I understand Senator Blas's concern about trying to pick up the pace on the inspections. And this is really a tough hair to split, but I guess our point is the public health inspections are important, but keeping in mind that a lot of these schools were like this before. So just like we asked over the summer, we have to make the decision about whether or not we want the schools closed for something that it's been like that before, and we're going to force a number of students to go online. I know that sounds terrible, but we're in that situation right now with LBJ and Tamuning. Yes, we're unhappy that they closed down, but if you talk to a lot of the teachers and a lot of the parents, it's not something super visible that they would want to close the school down. Yes, they're upset about the air conditioning. Yes, they're upset about not, everything being perfect. But right now, the fact that they have to go online is something really unsettling for them. That is the major concern. So we really have to kind of pick, which is the worst condition. So we're really trying to get schools inspected if they're ready for inspection. But if we fear that they won't pass, we still have another standard that we're trying to hit, and just make sure that they're safe. Make sure that they're safe enough to stay open so that we can continue to have kids. They may not pass inspection, but as long as they're safe, the kids are in school, and we're able to, section off, parts of the school that should not be used, that's really kind of our intent, is we're trying as much as possible to avoid online. But unfortunately, if they do get inspected and they do fail, right now, it seems like that's the only option because Public Works is not able to accommodate, additional, movements around double sessions or movement to other campuses. It's just not logistically possible.
Yeah, so according to the previous oversight, LBJ was a phase 2 school where the start date would be potentially 2 months. So, I mean, is it possible to get this school up and running quicker?
Man, I don't want, I'm very terrible at estimates, but I know that school is a priority, and the thing is, they really scrutinize the report. And without going into too much detail, and I don't want to point fingers, but the idea is if we're still sticking with our tiers where we understand that if it's something at the school level that you could handle, please handle it, take care of it, and so on. If it's something that requires facilities and maintenance, please come in, make sure that you're able to handle it, and so on. So some of these things in the report for LBJ and Tamuning apparently were missed, right? So they were either missed or not done, or they did not have enough time to mitigate the situation. So public health is very supportive when it comes to an issue being seen, principals saying, hey, okay, that's an issue, let's address it. They give us time to address it. In this case, there wasn't enough time, so they missed out and they didn't pass. So the intent is to get them up and running as soon as possible, and we know that facilities and maintenance are prioritizing them right now.
Okay, in regards to, so that leads me to another question. So the reason why they were listed as phase 2 was because that would require manpower from outside the agency. And I know we talked about this the last oversight. Is there any movement to get consistent assistance from other agencies to help, or at least build the capacity, like with the trades, people with trades expertise? Is there an opportunity to build up that capacity? So, let's say we have maintenance staff for every school, or at least, what is a plan?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Chris to kind of enlighten us on some of the additional conversations they've had with Homeland Security. But the call out has been put through other government agencies. A lot have responded. Chris can talk about the ones who have responded, but others just don't have the capacity to help also. And Trades Academy is right behind us, right? So we've talked to the Trades Academy about possibly having students and so on, but of course it requires the students wanting to do that, right? So that in itself requires additional coordination. So we are looking at trying to get other folks to assist, and the ones who are able to assist do. We've been frontlining all of our personnel, right, hiring for facilities. I mean, that's something that's been a priority. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so they've been hiring at facilities and maintenance and their folks. So really there is kind of an uptick in those efforts.
Okay, in regards to Simon Sanchez, so I understand the scope of work is on the director's desk, Director Ariola. Have you any updates on getting the RFP released?
At this juncture, we have approval for, because the funding source would be ARP, and we have approval for $2 million, and the administration's looking for more than that, and we don't have that approval yet from U.S. Department of Education, because we have to get that cleared.
So what's the bottle? So that's what's holding it up, is the funding?
It's the availability of the funding and the authorization to use that money for that purpose, because the request that was given to us was $7 million.
And who would give you that authorization?
I'm sorry?
How would you get that authorization?
We have to apply to USAID for the permission under that grant, under ARP, for that purpose.
Have you applied yet?
We have not reapplied.
Do you intend to do that?
I'm going to have a discussion about that next week with our folks from USAID. I don't know if I can get the authorization or not. It's my impression that when folks see that we have a balance in the grant, that it's disposable money, that we can do anything we want with it, when in fact it's restricted.
Okay, so that's what's holding it up, the rebuild.
If there's something I know that's a factor. If there are other factors, we're not involved with it. I don't know anything beyond that.
Okay. All right. I know this legislature has produced many bills to help assist DOE. What is it that you need from us? Is there something any ask at this point?
At this juncture, I don't know what to ask. At this point, I'll say, first of all, in the last budget round, the $10 million supplement that was added to the budget, we're very appreciative of that. That puts us within striking range of what we need. If Simon Sanchez is a burning desire, additional local money to pay for that construction management contract would definitely be appreciated. I have concerns in that project that I don't want it to end up like Southern High School. So it's an expensive project. I want to be sure it's handled well.
Okay. The other thing I've noticed is that important to note that if the emergency declaration for Typhoon Mawar is not extended, that you will be unable to proceed with procurement items. That's what's in one of the documents that we have. So is this still a concern, or were you able to extend it as you need it?
Yeah, from my understanding is we still have the procurement authority.
Okay, do you need an extension at this, or how far do you need to extend it?
Yeah, that's something I would need to discuss. I don't have an answer to that at this time. I apologize.
Is that dependent upon whether projects get completed?
No, it's the ability to award and encumber.
Does FEMA have a deadline?
No, so this is independent from FEMA. Right now, the FEMA public assistance process works as you're aware, as reimbursement. But normally, public assistance grants have a 5-year appropriation time frame.
Okay, and do you have to apply for those other grants?
Yeah, so they're already applied for. Right now, we're in a lot of the different agencies and eligible private nonprofits are working through project scoping. And so something that I want to discuss, and not necessarily here, but for GDOE's public assistance grants, and not the Category A debris or Category B emergency protective measures, but for facility repairs, is for us to procure the architectural and engineering for the project scoping to ensure that they get maximum reimbursability for whatever projects they have for facility repairs.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it, and we definitely will follow up. Thank you to everyone, and I think now I'm going to leave it to the money guy.
Thank you, Senator Perez. Senator St. Augustine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, and I'd like to thank Frank for explaining about the federal funding, how flexible. And I was just teasing the chairman then, you really didn't need the 20 million because you got 27 sitting around somewhere that you need to figure out how to spend it. Okay, I don't want to take words out of your mouth. This is just what I heard. And you know what surprises me, and thank you, Erica, for identifying and recognizing your administrators. But you know, if you remember correctly, I think it was about 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I made every effort to put in the budget that every administrator will handle their own money. And a lot of them came in and said, no, we want the superintendent to handle it. So for me, when they spend out of their own pocket, that's self-inflicted. And I say this because I made every effort, being formally with the board, to try to reach out to every administrator. And I'll continue to do that. And maybe the superintendent will even feel more comfortable. If every administrator would control the funding they needed per school, then he gets to watch and make sure you spend it correctly. And then he doesn't have to kind of like get in the woods like he's doing now. You're only 2 months on board, right? Dr. Swanson, only 2 months, right? Whew. 2 months, and may God bless you. But you know, the reason why I bring this up is because, you know, folks, every year we try to figure out what your budget should be, okay? And we make every serious effort to figure out how we can give you, what is it the federal government requires, the MOE?
Maintenance of effort.
Maintenance of effort, there you go. And you know, when I look at this big 8, I think it's 1 to 6 has been forever. Am I correct? Forever. And that's where Senator Brown, when she said, this is too long. I was on the Board of Education, and I forced the issue that the maintenance folks be divided by regions. When I left, they dissolved it. Also, at the time, the board was governing board. We never micromanaged anything. And I have a bill that I've reached out to the chairman. When are we going to hear that? Because I was surprised to see the chairwoman here, Dr. Okada. So I was going to ask her, you know, what are you doing here when your only policy? If you're a governing board, you sit right next to Mr. Swanson, or Mr. Swanson sits next to her, so that we know who to blame and who's accountable. But that's what a governing board is. And then the issue with federal money would not be an issue, because coincidentally, your current chairwoman is very knowledgeable about federal money and what she's done at GCC. And what just surprised, and I'm not going to question too much. And I kind of like what Senator Brown was bringing up, or actually what Dr. Swanson also brought up. When I was on the board, there was over 34,000 students. It's 24,000, close to 25. That's almost 10,000 students gone. And we can't blame private schools or charter schools, because there's no 10,000 kids out there in charter schools. These families moved. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the way it is. It's all over the world. But what surprises me is that previous superintendent didn't do nothing to redistrict and start downsizing the number of schools. 41 schools, really? 41 schools, 24,000 kids. What do you think, Dr. Swanson? How many schools should you only have? Maybe only 20?
I have to run the numbers, but you're close. 20, 23, right in that neighborhood.
Right? And you got one charter school that's in property, right, up at DOE, am I correct? Mm-hmm. And have you reached out to the governor to try to collect some rent money? Something you should consider, Frank. Convince Dr. Swanson. The reason why I say that is because every charter school, when they're given funds per student, they pay for their rent.
Except for that.
And there's one charter school that's not paying for rent. You guys should get some money for that. I know that there's issues about some of your property. You wanted to lease out. We're looking at that. We're waiting for more verbiage from you folks so you can make some money out of it and help fix your maintenance issue. And for the DLAN, Mrs. Esteves, how much do you estimate would be spent for DOE? On all their contracts and procurement requests they've asked you guys?
I don't have that amount. I know that we've encumbered probably close to $500,000.
About how much?
About $500,000 right now.
$500,000?
Oh.
Could you roughly estimate that it will cost maybe less than 10 million?
I don't have that number. I apologize.
No, the reason why I'm asking that is because if there's 20 million tied up from the 20 million that was given to DOE, once you come up with that rough number, I've recommended downtown that whatever's left over, give it to DOE. Let it go. You don't need to hold on to money that it's not going to DOE. So DOE don't have to make the excuse that we need money for power and water when we already know you can use ARP money, you can use ESF money, you can use all kinds of federal money. Lordy, lordy, lordy. And we gave, how much was that, Mr. Chairman? 246 million this year, right, in the budget? Was that the amount? No, I'm trying to ask DOE and see if they've been paying attention. I guess it wasn't that important. And maybe Dr. Swanson could take a look at the budget and figure out a way how to give you administrators your funding for your school. So when you got rodent problems and things that you can manage yourself, do it.
So Senator, on the FY24 bill 26-37, the grand total was 258 million.
Wow, 258, and you still got 27 million sitting on the side. You still got a bunch of ARP money. That's what I'm getting at, Frank.
The 258, as you are aware, again, as we discussed in our last budget hearing, includes the 12.5 that's not actually an appropriation. So we're at 245.9. If you look at the difference, and you asked if I've been paying attention, we've been analyzing the budget and we're going line item by line item. So on the FY23, the comparison of the 245.9, last year we got 220.1. So we're upwards of about 25.7. There's some questions that I have. I'll speak with our oversight chair because he did introduce a bill for the 10 million that comes from lapses.
That's
so
correct.
So I in terms of lapses, that's after the fiscal year end. Depending on that amount, we need to recognize what that revenue looks like, and is that on top of the 245.9, because that'll make a significant impact.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you count the amount of money you get in federal grants, it comes up to how much? 249? Keep counting.
In last year, when I did the total inventory of federal grants plus local, we were upwards of 750. Again, when we look at the purposes of local and federal.
I understand, Frank, but see, what you revealed tonight, Frank, is the flexibility of using federal funds.
In approved and allowable activities relative to the purpose of the grant. So yes. Can we use the grants? Yes, as they're intended and awarded to DOE for allowed and approved activities.
Frank, you identified grant money that was COVID related, you identified money that's ARP related, and majority of that money you're holding on to today that's gonna lap or gonna expire or could expire next year in whatever years could be all zeroed out.
So
Dr. Swanson's happy, I know that. He knows he's got money.
It's, again, it's one of those benefits where we're used to, I believe they said it's like drinking out of a hose, right, a fire hose. You're used to this amount of money and 30 millions in a CG and 200 and 230 on the local. And then all of a sudden you have 750 million flowing into the same systems. So we did see a large amount, a significant increase in the amount that we had to not only spend, go through our procurement process, but execute. And like you said, Senator, all these funds, as you're aware, like our local appropriations, come with an expiration date. So we have to line up those activities. We have to use it for allowed, otherwise we chance anything on high risk again. and execute.
One of those things in the federal grants is that you use it to open schools, right, that are safe and clean, right?
There's, as we align it.
But I'm trying to keep it simple, Frank, okay? Open schools, make it safe, right? One school that was brought up just a few minutes ago was Simon Sanchez. Open schools. Less than 10 years ago, Frank, the U.S. Army Corps did an evaluation of DOE and said you need $100 million to defer maintenance. What did DOE spend in that deferred maintenance, in that plan that they gave you guys?
So years ago, so a few years ago, the Army Corps did the assessment, and it's about 110. And then we made the adjustments to our ARP to actually be a little bit over 110, and that doesn't even include the facilities and maintenance support. And again, I want to be very clear, when we look at the federal grants, it's not just to open schools. I wish it was that broad. I wish we could, use the funds in the department just to open schools and then just go through that process and say, okay, well, we can broadly define this as opening school, let's use it. The COVID funds, coronavirus funds given to us as the CARES Act, was to prevent, prepare, and respond. So as we go through these phases, we aligned activities. We're being very broad in how we're defining that to get to the point where you're getting at, Senator, as well. So make sure we can make that defense and allow and get the approval so that it is based on what we intended the grant to serve its purpose for. So there is adjustment periods. There are ways we go back, and we've been doing this. USAID will be here, and they can easily attest that we have come back to adjust and pivot through the phases of COVID and recovery. And now that we're seeing a better use of funds, there is a way to go through that process to apply it. So that's what we're doing right now, so that we try not to jeopardize any of these funds without, again, chancing misusing or misspending it.
I doubt that you guys will misuse or misspend it. You're the auditor. I'm not worried about that. The only reason why I was leading, other than Simon Sanchez, is all 6 or all 8, big 8, it's all COVID. It was during COVID. There was no school open. Every water fountain should have been replaced. Every restroom should have been fixed. Every aircon should have been... Really, there was no school open. Folks, what my colleagues have said tonight is, now that you're supposed to open, it was typhoon. Now it's like, we can't even pass inspection. You had like 2 years of shutdown. The only folks that were there were just some of the staff. And then in the same token, when you guys talk about money you need, I got a text saying, you got a bunch of former teachers that are program coordinators and everything else in the world. And you're sure the teachers, I don't know what the numbers are. I'm afraid to even look at the staffing. But I know Dr. Swanson's looking into it. Because we talked about that, right, Dr. Swanson? You're going to dig into that. And I'm only hoping for the best for all the administrators so that you guys don't be looking for, I need a teacher. They're coming out of Central. And if they're a program coordinator, they can be a program coordinator and a teacher at the schools. And maybe they can get grants for every administrator so the administrators don't have to try to figure out how can we get money. How is the Stumbo Elementary School doing anyway when they did that program where they're going to clean up their own school and get the money? Did that work out? Can anybody answer that? Erica? Maybe you can do that. Wasn't it Stumbo Elementary? They said they'll clean their own schools and just give them the money so they can buy supplies. No? Did that work out, or did they cancel that program because they got tired after COVID?
I don't know about a Stumbo. Okay.
Yeah, so I heard of Stumble, that was before my time, but they were part of that self-cleaning where they get the money. But since I've been there, they've been included in the custodial service contract, so they apparently have opted out of that. The only schools that are still carrying is Mariso and Inarajan Middle. Just recently, because of the change of administrator at JQ, they've opted to not clean their own schools. And so they've been added to the custodial contract. So we have 3 schools that are remaining in the custodial, just 2 rather. Mauricio and Inarahan Middle.
All right. Dr. Swanson, please do look into that program because as Senator Brown brought up, reconstructing or restructuring DOE is starting to look very nice. And we will
It
help
has
you.
to happen.
Huh?
It has to happen, Senator.
Oh, yes, it has to happen. There's no doubt. It's going to happen. I just hope that you will facilitate that. Don't let us be the one to do it for you. Because if we do it, you know, you may not like it. And we don't want it. We want you guys to be able to be, we want you folks to be the facilitators on how DOE should be reconstructed or restructured or whatever. Because if you don't participate, don't complain. I know you're going to participate, Dr. Swanson, because like I said, we talked before already. So I hope for the best. And you know what? I thank you all for being here. You know, God bless you and what you do. And I just hope for the best for our children. All right? You guys take care. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator San Augustine. Senator Canata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've exhausted all the questions. My only focus is my oversight, Simon Sanchez High School. Mr. Superintendent, I'm not myself, but the director of DPW has written you multiple letters. You've received them, and the letter was August 8, 2000, seeking clarification on $2 million, which was requested $7 million. And I guess this is also to the money man, Mr. Cooperners. If there's $2 million of ARP funding allocated to the Simon Sanchez High School construction manager services, why can't you just add another $5 million to it? There's a lot of, I mean, based on the audit again from OPA released today or the other day, there's, you earmark 50% of it and there's still 50% unearmarked.
No, so.
So if there's ARP money, there's ESF money, why can't you just give me $5 million for my school?
Yeah, that's not how, so let me, so I can clarify, just so I can present like how it is the history. So originally we increased it. I mean, originally it had an increased budget. And if you were following the discussions on how ARP was being managed by then acting Superintendent Dr. Judy Wampat, she reprogrammed. And again, when we get the grants, the grant comes with an award. The award comes with set purposes and defined apportionments of the grant, right? Similar to your local budget. You get $1 million budget and you give GDOE 200 and some. This is a line item in the budget. Simon Sanchez was an approved line item in the budget. At one point, it was above $7 million. When we had to go back to USAID and get approval, we took the balance down from $7 million to $2 million for two things: to apply it to the greater scale projects for CIP to get the much necessary funding support to the schools, but also because understanding the environment and the construction of Simon Sanchez, and I have Phil here, he can correct me if I'm wrong, Simon Sanchez was designed to be a 3-year build on a 1-year expiration grant with ARP. We had the funding at that level because when we originally had it, we were going to fund it for the multiple periods. Because it hasn't taken off and it has been delayed, we took the remaining period and funding source to align, again, with the grant activity and the time allowed to expend those funds. So two things happened. From the adjustment of the balance, we decreased the balance for the CM, used that money, moved it into the CIP projects for direct support of the schools. That balance now is available for $2 million given to GDOE for the next year. So if the idea is that we want to continue to fund this, and to your question, just to answer your question, we want to bring that balance back upwards to 7, we go back to the table, we look at where we're going to cut from the other areas that have already been line item, and then push it back into Simon Sanchez. And then that will take USAID's approval again.
Correct, but it was already at $7 million.
So
we cut it to give more CIP projects when there's already ESF money that's not spent.
So the idea, and I think the logic behind your comment is that it was already once approved, so if you just go back now, you can get it approved again. And I believe that's the discussion the superintendent alluded to earlier. That's something on the table to consider, and we do have USAID here next week to have that discussion.
Correct, because I came on board, and as the freshman senator, I asked you, I asked Mario Okada, I asked whoever wants to be superintendent, what is the delays for my school? And I'm also sharing the frustration here, not because I have kids, but I graduated from Simon Sanchez High School, and I made good on my promise to get the school done and make every comma, dot, T, whatever you want on the bill to make sure it satisfies everyone. So now I'm here, I'm going to share a word from Senator Taidagui. I'm very disappointed that my school is not going to be rebuilt because we restructured our funding source and we took back our words that, Senator, once you get this bill passed, it's going to be great. Okay. Now I'm short funding $7 million. So now I have to go talk to Governor Lou Leongro to go find $5 million in the budget in lapses. Is that where we're at right now? Is I need to go find $5 million? Because, you know, how many more roundtables do you guys want me to have? How many more bills do you want me to write? I mean, Jesus, we even took money from the legislature for FF&E or EAM. I don't know. I'm not an architect or engineer. I'm just very frustrated that my school's on the back burner. And if we built the school when it was supposed to be built, it would have been way cheaper. And all due respect, Mr. Swanson, thank you for your service. But I respectfully disagree with you that the school will not be used to its maximum use. Dedito and Chico is the biggest population on this island, and I don't think it's going to change. The military buildup is booming. So I think that school most especially will be used to its fullest capacity. I don't think any classroom in that facility will be ever empty, and I'm almost certain that the community of Jigo and the Northern District will definitely maximize it in other respects. So, Mr. Phil, you're recognized.
Yeah,
Thank
Senator, the short answer, and let me try to do this, is the project is a 3-year project. The grant expires 24. You cannot utilize the $8 million that was authorized because the grant expires in 24. Some sort of funding source, and when I sat here the last time we were here on Simon Sanchez, I brought that up. What about the CM? We need 6 mil because the anticipated was 8. We had 2 remaining. I asked about the 6 mil. That's why I was, you know. So the thing is, the grant will not pay beyond 2024, September 30. So we brought it down to just accommodate that first year period. Now we still need 2 more years to do that. And the longer this drags, we may end up funding only 10 months of it or 8 months of it if the construction project doesn't. Yeah, but still, we're funding it, and the money, as the time drags, the period, the window closes, shortens. But that's the bottom line. That's what I got, Senator.
I know I have on my calendar a conversation with the governor and some other DPW staff next week. The issue is how to make 3 years worth of money out of 1. And we have to figure out how to do that. I realize that there is a tremendous impetus to build this school. In terms of capacity, this is the other side of the conversation we're going to have. We have capacity for 2,500 students in another campus that's not even being used. So this is something the community will have to work out. I know it's going to be a hot button issue and it's not going to be easy. We're going to take up the issue of the funding for this 3-year, because the way I understand it, it's a 3-year contract for construction supervision. That's what's at issue. The price that was given to me was, we think that'll be $7 million. We don't know how much it is because it hasn't been put out for bid. So I don't know if that's a good estimate or a bad estimate. We have that conversation next week, and we'll get a solution figured out.
Yes, I have a meeting with you on Thursday. Well, I'm going to push myself into that cabinet room, and I'm going to have a meeting with the governor and the director with you, because I really want to get to the bottom of this, because it's not about me. I graduated already. How many more years are we going to kick the bucket down the street? on we're going to rebuild Simon Sanchez is not even just a political agenda. It should have been done already. So I respectfully thank you for your responses, but I'm still very fired up on this situation. And again, I just want the school built, not for myself, but for the next generation. We shouldn't have the same problems being faced for the same generation after the next. So I'm hopeful that the conversations upon, I guess, next week with the governor, I will force myself in there, will be fruitful and have some kind of real promise and resolve and get the CM out. Because I don't think anyone in DOE, respectfully, Mr. Phil, you're not certified construction manager, so we really need to get this out. We don't have anyone at Public Works to take on this project. So again, yes, we're already almost 90 days past the bill signing. So I hope that we can come together and really get this school built beyond the other problems that you guys are facing. Because this is a long time ago problem. So as a freshman senator, I really want to just find solutions and bring resolve to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kanata. I did want to thank my colleagues for their very hearty dialogue. It's very frustrating. I know that you had mentioned, Mr. Cooper Nurse, about the lapse funding and the amendment that we had passed in the budget, but I just want to let you know that it wasn't exactly easy to get support to get that funding through to you when we had the superintendent just weeks before via press release saying that he didn't need $20 million. So I hope you can appreciate how difficult it was to lobby the body and to get that support for an additional $10 million when I'll just say it, you guys don't do a good job of helping yourselves. And it's frustrating. And all I hear, to echo what Senator Brown said, I feel like I went back in time to our last hearing because you stepped in the middle of a political situation that I think you didn't fully understand. And here we are a month later, and you have little to nothing to show for it. You said you were going to get expedited procurement, but we found out tonight, basically the procurement hasn't moved an inch.
Well, Senator, I can only agree with your reply that you sent me via text, and we'll leave it at that. I'm not happy with the situation either.
Right, yeah.
But we have to move forward.
Yeah, and we're definitely trying to move forward. I did have just a bunch of questions, if I could beg the patience of my colleagues, the questions that, and I guess I'll start with the 180-day requirement. So for the students on the ASS, the alternating school schedule, this online learning that you mentioned, Deputy Superintendent Cruz, that's going to start Monday in most cases, right? It hasn't already started? Because I just got a notice from my son's teacher. So I have 2 kids on the ASS, and they just notified me that starting on Monday, they'll begin to go online on these days when they're not physically in school. Is that correct?
That's for LBJ and Twining Elementary on Monday and the 18th on the other schools.
Right, and so...
However, they were given assignments, as I had indicated, through Schoology, and is it the other one? What's the other one? And others, educational platforms, to help make up for that 180 days, or meet the 180 days.
So in your opinion, these little bits of homework they've been given up to this point, where they're now going to be going fully or mostly online on the off days, you think that met the requirement of the 180 days?
Yes, sir.
And you're confident that'll hold? You're confident that assigning an assignment on an off day constitutes a full day of learning? Because that's what I'm saying is on the alternating school schedule days, where you have kids going to school Monday, Wednesday, Friday one week, then Tuesday, Thursday the next.
Right.
So you had said that on these off days, they're going to start doing online learning to meet the 180-day requirement, correct?
Correct.
And so it's my understanding that that's going to really start next week for most of the schools on the ASS schedule. So my question again is, prior to next week on these off days, do you think that we had met the requirement that those off days and the amount of work that was given fulfills like a full school day?
And well, that's something that we have to discuss with our senior management and make that determination.
Okay, and then since we're on LBJ Tamuning Elementary, Mr. Sanchez, you had mentioned that the variances, that public health was being more accommodating with the variances?
Not necessarily.
Were any variances granted for LBJ and Tamuning?
So not necessarily the variances, but the overall approach to the variances, the law really helped with having it in a more formative manner. So previously they had told us they had to review the variances prior or after, because the variances could not be used in order to keep a school, to allow a school to pass. Now, at first, that didn't make sense to us because, that's the point, to us, that's the point of variances, but they did explain that restaurants who get a C or a B, they're not satisfied with a C or B, so they try to get variances so that they can get an A.
And we all know
Versus us, we're good with a C.
And public health had been granting the variances up to a certain point, and then they made a determination, I think, under pressure from the governor's office to stop granting the variances, right? And so I'm just curious because I'm looking at the variance report for August, and there were several variances requested, and none of them were approved. So in what way has the process improved if we're not getting any variances approved?
The explanation relative to variances is that when a school has submitted a variance, then when the school is being inspected is when they approve or disapprove the variance, because it depends on one school to another. So let's say CL Titano, as I brought up before, submits a variance, then they'll be able to review the variance as they complete their inspection of the school, because they need to see exactly what they're looking at as far as what the request for the variance from that particular school is.
I saw in media reports that the potential reinspection for LBJ and Tamuning is scheduled for October 5th. Is that correct?
We've not discussed October 5th, correct? No, we have not.
Right.
So we want to ensure that the school opens. We just got this report 2 days ago. So October 5th is not a date that I've ever provided, or we've not submitted a request for reinspection for October 5th.
Okay, so I was in receipt of a parent complaint, and I'll just go ahead and read it into the record. Yesterday was the Zoom meeting for LBJ and Tamuning Elementary School. I got to say how angry parents were regarding the predicament the school is in. I'm all honesty, the school shouldn't have been hit so hard by the angry parents. There was no, and I repeat, no one representing GDOE administration on the Zoom meeting, and they were fully aware of this. Now the principals and staff had to answer questions downtown should answer. I commend the school for trying their absolute hardest to repair the schools and have them re-inspected. I'm disappointed at GDOE, and I hope you can step in and help resolve this issue. Parents are just frustrated that they have to take leave of absence to accommodate online school because they don't have a babysitter or their daycare won't accommodate the student to participate in online learning. And that's why I bring up the reinspection date, because it appears to me that you didn't plan for this very likely eventuality that schools would be inspected, fail, and then be shut down. So do you have a timeline that we can give to these parents as to when the school would potentially be re-inspected and reopened so that we can get these kids back into the classroom, which through your own admission and all the testimony we have heard is the most desired mode of learning?
Senator, I don't have a timeline, but I know I have a team or two addressing both LBJ and Tamuning to address those demerit issues and correct them. So as soon as the team finishes, we should be able to coordinate with the Deputy Erica.
Right, and so Erica, you were Deputy Superintendent Cruz, you're the liaison for public health, so have you initiated conversation about how soon given their shortages and all the other excuses, how soon they'd be able to re-inspect the school so that it can open?
Well, as soon as we submit an application for re-inspection, then they'll be able to inspect the school. But they do know that we don't want to keep our kids on online learning or remote learning for a long period of time, and that's why we have a full complement of facilities and maintenance individuals at LBJ and Tumuning Elementary.
Mr. Tovis, how many other schools that we're currently using do you anticipate will fail their public health inspection? And we'll just jump right to the phase 3 schools. And where are these schools in relative to their inspection dates?
Senator, it'd be hard for me to give you an estimate. I haven't been to every school to inspect the situation, but I guess I'm going to fall back to the question that was asked, and Public Works' response, or Public Health's response when you ask them how many schools they anticipate will fail. It's just the issues we're facing at the schools are multiple years of deferred maintenance, and the team is trying all they can to get it up to speed, but that's going to take time. Not all the money in the world, and especially with our situation in Guam, we're so far away. When DOE requires a whole bunch of gate valves or angle valves or whatever, ceiling tiles, floor tiles, all of a sudden the available suppliers we have don't have them. They're out, especially after a typhoon. So that kind of delays the progress also. We wait until materials come in. So I'm not able to give you a timeline, sir.
So have you seen the inspection report for LBJ and Tumuning?
I didn't read through it thoroughly, but I have a copy. I downloaded it, and yeah, I'll look at it.
So can you
tomorrow.
just maybe, if you could, provide some kind of timeline for the parents out there? When you look at the violations,
Okay.
how quickly do you think those could be addressed? Like, give me a week, 2 weeks?
2
Well,
weeks. Oh,
2 weeks. We should be able to target 2 weeks. Commit to that.
So you're committing, not to this committee, but to the parents out there
To
who
the
are
parents,
now having
to
to
everybody.
juggle
Yes.
childcare?
Yes.
That this stint of online learning will be 2
Yeah,
weeks?
The focus and full effort of the F&M, at least 2 teams of F&M, will be devoted to addressing those issues.
Superintendent?
We can schedule Tumuning and LBJ 2 weeks out.
Okay. And so I want to ask, because I know you had the meeting with the governor and all the ensuing press releases that come out, but I had been in conversation, I can't remember with who, but there was something that was said about skilled labor being provided from the Port Authority of Guam and other agencies. Has this materialized?
Not to my satisfaction,
Not to
and
my
not to Phil's either. The labor
I mean,
pool.
it's a yes or no question. Have you
like
got the
said,
help?
No. Now, the same response that you gave me from their text message holds true in this case. That's all I can say.
Well, it looks like you got taken for a
Lesson
ride.
learned.
With all due respect, looks like you got, well, and it's not just you getting taken for a ride, it's our school kids.
No, it's not about me.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so 2 weeks, and since we're now having issues with the reliability of the school safety liaisons and their ability to go into a school and determine whether or not it'll pass or fail, because you spoke very highly of them, and it is what it is. I'm assuming they went to these schools and made a determination that they're ready to be inspected, that they would also pass. That didn't happen. So how are we preparing for other eventual closures in order to stave off online learning? I know I spoke with you before about alternate school sites. Are we entertaining any of those possibilities so that we can avoid online learning?
Alternate sites are a function of transportation. That's the biggest, that's one of the reasons that the Tumuning and LBJ situation is the way it is. that DPW doesn't have the assets to move kids to an alternate site, that they can make a reasonable commute time and service all of the other schools. It's basically a rolling stock and driver capability. We're already paying a great deal of overtime for drivers. So we're going to work to our greatest ability to have schools not fail anymore. This one, and she mentioned it, it was a housekeeping issue.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it was housekeeping.
No, it was,
Yeah.
I've been there, looked at it, seen all the pictures, had conversations with the leadership. We know what the problem was. We're not going to have that problem on another campus.
Okay. I just on a separate note, I want to apologize to all of the principals and assistant principals. I know it was required for you to be here. I did not require your attendance for this hearing. I'm not sure what the purpose of having you here is when you can tune into this hearing on YouTube. You're more than welcome. I'm just saying, I'm looking out at you, and it's Friday night. I feel like you should have got off and been able to go home to your families. I think it's ironic that you're being forced to be here when many of you have shared with me personally the struggle and difficulty that you have had with GDOE leadership. And I find it a little bit ironic that you're being praised earlier because you spend your personal money on preparing the schools while the Guam Department of Education is sitting on tens of millions of dollars in federal funds that are supposed to be spent precisely on what you're spending your personal money on. And many of you have also complained to me that you haven't had your purchase orders replenished, that the amount of money you got at the beginning of the school year did not meet the need, that you're still in great need, but that instead of sitting around and waiting for GDOE Central to get you the money and the supplies you need, we all know the story. Instead, you go out and do it yourself. Instead of waiting for GDOE to get a contract, you got parents showing up to water blast and to do all these things. So I do commend you, and I apologize that you're being forced to be here. I'm not saying all of you don't want to be here, but I know you have families, and if you guys could release the principals and assistant principals.
Let me justify why they're here. So I wasn't anticipating, or I didn't know what would come up this oversight. And if there was a question specific to a school administrator, they would be here to answer. So that was the intent. So it wasn't that they were forced. I asked them that it was to come here, so that if there was a question specific to them, then they would be able to answer that question for you. I wouldn't have been able to. So number one, I get accused of being gag ordered for administrators to come here, and now I'm I'm being accused of forcing them to come. So I don't know which one I should.
Maybe it's both. I'm not sure.
So yeah, there was never a gag order.
And if I can also say, it wasn't just her request. I also recommended that we have all the administrators here, because it is important for you to see that it is not just us who made these decisions. We are not forcing anybody to open their schools. We are not forcing anybody to say anything. We've been working with these administrators for years, and I believe that central office, at least for a lot of us here, we've earned their respect. And we wanted them to come so that you can see that these decisions are not just us. We took time. We were very diligent in talking to them about what the requirements were, what was the expectations of them, so that we can make sure that we open schools safely. That is why they are here. You can't just think that it's just us making these decisions, because the Department of Education, each school, some of these schools are bigger than some agencies. So we're not just one big monolithic group that thinks all alike. Each school has a principal who, like Senator Brown said, is highly paid. These are very competent, very skilled principals who have minds of their own. So when we talk to them and we meet with them on a regular basis, we constantly ask them, how can we help you? And they understand that there's challenges downtown. And they will tell you that I've been very upfront about our challenges at Central. And the people at this table have been working very hard to try to coordinate all of our efforts. So this is not, some show where they can just show up and, just be here. I would think they want to be here. Because we need to show you guys that we are a team. And it's not just, one or two people making these decisions. There's a lot of people here who worked very hard to open these schools. And yes, we're very saddened by the pictures, but all of those pictures, nobody here is surprised at that. We know that that's there. That's why there's instructions to quarter things off, to block sections off, to not allow students in there.
But Mr. Sanchez, with all due respect, none of those pictures were taken in areas that were cordoned off, okay? All right?
Okay,
and let me just read to you also another comment that this committee was in receipt of, asking for a friend. What is the process for reporting concerns with GDOE facilities? We work with a constant state of fear and retaliation stemming from an extremely hostile work environment at GDOE. Administrators, deputies admonish those who speak up about broken air cons, mold, etc. We need to be able to point out concerns without being pegged as insubordinate or not being a team player.
Okay, I'm not going to talk to specifics, but I will tell everybody here right now. I don't know if they're talking about me. I doubt they're talking about Erica, but I will stand on my reputation with these administrators back here. And if any of them feel that way, then I respect that. But I don't think
I'm sure
developed that.
some of them might, but I don't think that anyone's going to be saying that.
That's fine.
Thank you.
That's fine. Thank
so
you.
Again, if any of the principals or assistant principals, I'm not your boss, but your presence here is not required. And if it's okay with your real bosses, I would say that you can leave, and we'll continue the hearing, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah. Thank you.
If they wish to leave, they can leave.
I did want to read some more testimony, then I did have some more questions. Again, apologies to my colleagues. Just cafeterias. So what is the status of the cafeterias at DL Perez, Finnegodson, and Orda Chalampago Elementary School? Sean? And so these three schools, at Finnegodson, they eat outside. Orda Chalampago Elementary School, they eat in the hallway. I spoke with the principal this afternoon. She told me that there's a backup plan that they have in the event weather presents an issue. DL Perez, I've spoken to the cafeteria supervisor. As far as they're concerned, they don't see an issue with the cafeteria. So I did want to ask you, Mr. Monforti.
Okay, so they've been, okay, we'll start with DL Paris. They were back in the very next day. That was a public health thing that we had to go through, and then we talked a little bit with public health about it. We brought up the two laws that just passed from there. Finnegayan, we just finished the tiling and the ceiling tiles there. They're back in there. The only school right now that we are not in the cafeteria right now is OCPS. And we do have plans to address that. It's a little bit more difficult there. There is a ceiling tile problem, an electrical problem. It's more than when you go in there. It's the smell.
Yeah.
But it's just that school right now. But we do have a plan to address that.
Is there a timeline, Mr. Monforti, for Orda Chalampago Elementary School?
I would like to say that, where's Judd? Huh? There's no timeline right now with facilities. We are putting in we've already taken what we need to get fixed there. We've labeled the outlets, we've labeled the mold, we have started pricing out stuff. So we should be open soon, but not as fast as we got the other three open.
And then for DL Perez, I know that the cafeteria is open and the students outside of a day have been eating inside the cafeteria, but what's the status on the ability to prepare food? Because it's my understanding that they're basically passing out Sodexo food. And this cafeteria was one of the GDOE run cafeterias where they got the healthy portion.
Right, so the sanitary permits are the biggest problem. We cannot cook in there. We also have a problem with the electrical still. We've been in there. The cafeteria manager at the time that was there that probably gave the report, they didn't have the electricians go in there. They're not really sure what they're looking at. My office, we are the subject experts for the cafeterias. So we advise them on how to proceed. So when we went in there, we looked at it, we advised them, we don't think you should cook in here, we don't think this is safe, and it's up to the principal at that point to either agree or disagree. But as of right now, I still stand by the decision that DL Parish should not be cooking, JQ should not be cooking yet. Of course, OCP should not be cooking yet, and Ukadu, if we get a sanitary permit, we'll open up.
Are the sanitary permits for the cafeterias, are they separate and apart for the permits for the entire school facility? So, okay.
Yes, sir.
And so do you have a timeline for DL Paris and when they would be ready for inspection and issuance of the sanitary permit?
We've already requested and paid for the inspections. We're just waiting for public health for them. But even after for DL Paris, we still need to address some of the cafeteria equipment that is there, the braising pan and stuff like that, that is already here, are on order. We ordered those with ARP. As soon as we replace those, we will be able to go.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Monforte.
Okay.
Right on. Mr. Sanchez, I wanted to go back to you because we were in a prior hearing here on July 18th, and you had made some comments about air conditioners. And you had said that at the time on July 18th that the contract was just short a couple signatures, and then you had further commented, I mean, the schools, the students went to school in hot classrooms for the last 2 years, you know. Next couple of months probably won't kill them, right? Again, that's a value statement some people might disagree with. So at the time you said that, you gave the representation that we were this close to getting air cons back into the classroom.
Yes, and I wish we were.
Can I finish, please?
Sure, go ahead.
So can you explain what happened after July 18th? Because now we're hearing that the contract may be ready in mid-September, which is just a couple days away.
Hence my frustration. I wish that that were true. At the time, that statement was correct. But then there's always some delay, some additional delay, some additional delay. So just know that central office, we're working together, right? We're not trying to throw each other under the bus, but we're trying to make this work. And right now, where we are with the contract is where we are. But at the time, that statement was true. So you have to understand that, again, we're different divisions, different individuals that are really trying to work together. And, you know, this has been a 2-year issue with air conditioning, both the contracts and the facilities and the funding. So at the time of that statement, it was supposed to have been just a few days, and it turned into a weeks. And I'm sorry if I can just, repeat what the superintendent said at one of our management team meetings. Man, that's the longest 2 weeks that we've ever had. So we do have issues with procurement, we have issues with timing, we have issues with process that we're working through.
Did you feel at all that your comments at the time were insensitive to the plight of the students who are currently sitting? And let me read you some of these comments here. I have no aircon in my room and I purchased 4 fans, but it's still not enough. Off-a-day, Senator, my son goes to Ocean View and came home with his uniform all sweaty. He said almost all his classes did not have working air conditioners, or they were on but barely working with no fans. Please help. Sweating our kids out in classes will cause them to be dehydrated, then miss school because they are sick. He was complaining of a headache as well, but I sent him to school perfectly fine and healthy this morning. There was another comment I had received. And again, I just want to apologize to my friend, Principal Agnes over here, but this was from a parent of Untala Middle School student. Hello, Senator. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for doing such a hard work in getting our schools' safety in place. My concern I have is my son goes to Untala Middle School, and they pass inspection, but many classrooms do not have air conditioners. 2 classrooms that my son attends are those classrooms without AC, E108, D113 classrooms. I know your oversight hearing is coming up, and if you can, just bring this matter to GDOE. It's really ridiculous sitting in a class that windows can't open without air conditioners. And I also received, this is a very compelling letter from Mr. Tony Napati, who's a Southern High School parent and a combat veteran. He writes, Off-a-day, Senator Barnett, I have 2 children attending Southern High School, and I find it quite disturbing that teachers and students are being forced to occupy classrooms that are clearly marked condemned. I mean, what is the use of condemning the classrooms if it's going to be ignored? It angers me as a parent that the media releases unsafe parts of schools are condemned, but not being informed by the school that our children are still being put into these classrooms. Even more disturbing is that the teachers are telling the students to tell your parents what they're doing, clearly showing there is force into putting the students there. I have also learned that teachers and students are being forced to use classrooms with no air conditioning, no fans, and no windows, while the leaders who put them there are sitting in air-conditioned offices. As a veteran, I've had better living conditions while deployed to combat zones. Why are we subjecting our children to these types of learning environments? Do we honestly expect our students to try and learn anything while in these conditions for hours at a time with only a 5-minute transition period in between? I don't believe a grading curve is implemented based on harsh learning environments. They are still upheld to the normal standards. Then why are we forcing them into subnormal conditions? Very respectfully, Mr. Tony Napati. So yes, there have been a lot of complaints about air conditioners. I've heard from teachers that they have temped their rooms at 95 degrees. So what would you say to those?
Well, thank you for that, and I will say you're preaching to the choir. I agree that it's unacceptable, and I think I've done what I can personally. I mean, I don't know if you realize this, but I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. But I've stepped up to work on and assist with facilities and maintenance and air conditioning because I see that there's a need. Curriculum and instruction is not perfect. We have our issues there. But I've stepped up also because I see that as an issue. This is not in my area of oversight, but I've helped, and that's why I'm stepping up. And every single person here has stepped up. Sean, he stepped up from facilities and from food and nutrition. We're all helping. We're all working together, trying to get this done. We're not perfect. We need a lot of work, clearly, but this is us doing our best. This is us pulling together as a team, and that's why I said what I said about the principals being here. The division heads are here too. Is we are all working together. We all know each other. We meet on a regular basis, and these issues are not falling on deaf ears. We have processes that we have to work through. We have facilities and maintenance, men who are sick, who are ill, who are overworked. Some of them are, literally having to see the doctor because of the amount of work that they have to do. But everybody here is pulling together, doing their best, inclusive of the teachers, inclusive of the administrators. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Sanchez, but I just feel like there are people out there who are watching this and maybe might have the thought, Lana, if they're all stepping up, why are we in this situation? I just got to say, I'm of the opinion that we can all do better. I've tried to do better as a senator to meet the needs of the Department of Education, right? So at this time, I'm going to defer over to my colleagues. I believe they have a question each, maybe, and then I did have another couple of questions for the superintendent. Senator San Augustine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to ask, I don't know, Mr. Swanson, are you familiar that the National Guard can come out and help you guys when you're trying to get a contract out and money is tight, that they can do a project? I know Mr. Stevens knows where I'm coming from. It's called Community Project, Community Civil Work. And I'm just wondering has there been a reach out? Because I know the Guard was up there clearing up the schools. But they can send out their, they got two different, they got an engineer unit and they got a Red Horse unit. They can come out there and they can build schools. They can fix schools, I know that. So I'm just wondering has anybody, maybe you should ask Mr. Stevens because he knows how that works. But anyway, I'm just wondering if anybody in the administration has ever reached out to the national, not necessarily the national, well, you can ask General Cruz, or you can reach out to the governor's office and ask to have them coordinate that. Because when you need to fix doors, you need to install things, you need to put up fencing, you just pay them for their active duty and you pay for the supplies and they just put it up, they just do it.
I think Mr. Estevez,
Oh, Mr. Anderson should know
sorry,
that
Mr.
too.
Anderson, did you want to shed some light on this, Charles?
Yeah, so I did share the information with Senator Barnett. It's innovative readiness training and how to do the application process, and basically goes through DOD. So it's not just a guard-centric process, it's a DOD. This was a couple months ago. We were trying to explore all avenues for kind of getting schools repaired, and that was one avenue that I shared of your office. So it's out there.
But I'm focusing specifically to the National Guard, because why? The Commander-in-Chief is the governor. If you coordinate that, they'll tell you what it's gonna cost. You don't have to do a contract. You just activate them. You have the ability to buy the supplies. Bring them on board, pay for their activation. Boom, they just go to work. And that's what I'm looking at. You know, resource it. You put them on active duty for 2-3 weeks, they'll go and do the project, and then they walk away, and then you guys figure out the rest. But they can do a lot of work. I know that. There's 2 units out there, Army and Air, National Guard units. And they'll probably activate everybody else to just come out and help you folks. Go ahead, Dr. Swanson, go for it. I guess no comments, but we're good, Doc.
We'll try that horse too.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Senator, I was just going to comment that Dr. Swanson and several of the leadership did meet with the, I forget his name, but he was a general officer, the head of the Army Reserves, came out to Guam. We met with him, and he was also offering the same kind of support in that same program. So we are going to pursue that, but it's not in place right now. To try and get them to assist us with some projects with our school facilities.
Okay, just understand, for the military, if you move slow, they're going to move to another project. They're not going to wait for you folks. The sooner you reach out, you tell them you need your help, you need their help, and you give them the reasons, they start scheduling you.
Right.
You can't snooze or you lose, okay? It's obviously, it's a lot of sleeping going on downtown, but, and I'm not referring only to DOE, but there's no movement. Somebody needs to just reach out to General Cruz and ask him, how can they help? How can they help you guys?
Sure.
And then they'll put a project, they send the National Guard Bureau, ask for approval. Once the National Guard Bureau says, go for it. They'll kick out a mission, you're done. They'll do what they need to do for you folks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator San Augustine. Senator Blas?
Thank you. On a separate note, and I know that a lot of our efforts have been geared towards trying to get the schools ready, but where are we within as far as getting the kids all set up and, with regards to supplies and the like? Where are we at?
So we do have a number of bulk orders in procurement for supplies and materials for students. So we originally was supposed to end last year, but this year, because of our additional funding, we decided to do it for another year. So we are providing bulk orders to the schools. We did ask them to go ahead and distribute whatever resources they currently have. So if schools have leftover school supplies for students from last year, they can disperse them out this year. But we are ordering another round of school supplies for all students.
Okay, I bring this up because again, I recognize the focus is on the recovery and the repair of the facilities and getting it up, but I hope that we don't forget and neglect the basic instructional needs of the students themselves. Okay, so
absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blas. Thank you, Senator San Augustine. I believe I did have one more question relative to SPED. I didn't put it on the agenda, but just if you have maybe a snapshot report on how this school opening and the alternating school schedules, the double sessioning, how that has impacted special education in the department. It kind of sounds like it could be a whole other hearing. But if Mr. Rabalta would mind just giving us just maybe an update on that, sir?
I think that was pretty broad. You know, if you could break it down into like more
Well,
specifics.
okay, let me put it this way. We're being sued by two students with special needs, right? And so now we're on this, in this school year that obviously has presented so many challenges for the department to run a smooth day-to-day operation. So I'm guessing that that has impacted special education. So in what way could you share that it has or hasn't?
Sure. Well, first off, I'm not going to be able to comment on, you know, ongoing litigation, but in general, the specifics regarding those cases, although those students are students with special needs, the concern that was put forward was the Adequate Education Act and our compliance with that. So we are taking all of that seriously, and we're addressing that. And I think in the next weeks to come, you'll see how that unfolds and how you'll be able to see that we've provided the necessary supports and put those in place.
Well, let me just ask you, generally speaking, I know that one of the concerns was that instead of a SPED teacher, they were getting a substitute teacher. So has this issue been addressed, or are we still seeing this occur?
I think I'll leave it general and point out that we've received directives to ensure that you know, all school classrooms have a certified teacher. We're trying to get to that point.
Okay, I think I'll go ahead and we'll schedule a roundtable just specifically on SPED again. Thank you, Mr. Rabata.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Swanson, is there anything in closing? I think we've covered pretty much everything. There was some public comment that I wanted to open up the floor to. So did you have anything in closing?
The only other thing I would have is I want to thank our team and all the folks that are behind me here that do the work every day. We know it's not perfect. We have a long ways to go, and you asked me when I was here for a session right before I started this job, after what I heard, if I was going to take my next trip would be out the door to the airport. The answer to that is negative. We'll fix this. But it didn't get like, I want to be real clear. There's a reason DODEA is here. This is an old problem. The effort to try and fix it in the short term is not really realistic, but it has to put the pressure on to see that it happens. Now we're going to be in this for a while, and it's going to get tough. So we need to work together to make it happen. I'm not here for the short haul. I'm here for the long haul and to get this done because it matters for the community, for the kids, and that's what this is about. But that's what all these people are about too. I have every confidence of what the work they do every day. Can we improve it? You bet. We can always improve, myself included. And public comment time, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Again, thank you, Deputy Superintendent Joe. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Cruz. Thank you, Mr. Cooper Nurse. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Are you the acting CIP? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Esteves. Thank you. Thank you, GDOE. Viva GDOE. That's it, pants it. Not asking for perfect, just good. That's it, right on. If we could get everyone who signed up for public comment to come up to the table now, we'll go ahead and hear your testimony. I got it, don't worry, yeah. There's four public comment, yeah. Oh, yeah. Again, our public comment period will now begin. And we have Gregorio C. Sablan signed up first. And then he'll be followed by, well, let me just get my staff to get that. Okay, we have Al. Okay. Okay. So Was there anybody else here who wanted to provide public testimony or comment? Did you sign in? Okay, you're signed in. Anybody else? You good? Okay. So I remind those providing a public comment or testimony, just for the legislative record, state your name before you give your testimony and then proceed. So, Mr. Gregorio C. Sablan, are you testifying as, go ahead.
I'm here to represent the Student Body Association from Ukuru, sir.
Of which school, sir?
Ukuru. Ukuru High
Okadu,
School.
okay. Oh, I did have a testimony. Would you like me to read that, or are you going to read it?
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead. No. I'll go. Go ahead. So,
First
Mr.
of all,
Sablan, please proceed.
Buenas zanafade, nanu si Senyor Sablan, maestro Samorozu giza Ukuru High School, si jus masa na izu to no tempo pago para by hutai tazi hamzu istitinigi famagonta gi escolan mami Ukuru High School gi halomi Student Body Association. Pesestige pago itinigi niya. This written testimony is submitted on behalf of Ukuru High School from the Student Body Association. As a Student Body Association, we would like to express our gratitude for our school administration and staff for preparing the school for our opening on August 23rd, 2023. We attended our orientation on August 18, 2023, and school-wide assembly on August 23, 2023, in which was explained that although there are some unresolved issues, the school has a plan to keep our school environment acceptable and that we will continue to work towards passing the health inspection. Some classrooms do not have air conditioning, but the school put a plan in place so that teachers may share classrooms or travel to classrooms with air conditioning when it is available. The school has also provided fans and blowers to help push cold air from the hallways into the classrooms. We also understand that our school staff and volunteers wipe down walls and replace ceiling tiles to get rid of mold and wet surfaces. The OptiClean large air purifying machines were also put in locations to help ensure that large spaces and high traffic areas are addressed. These are just examples of what our hardworking administrators and staff have done to prepare the school for us, the students. We would like to state that opening our school was the best solution for us. Majority of Ukuru High School students do not want to go back to online schooling, and we much prefer to be on our campus. We would kindly ask that in addition to the health and safety of students, we also consider what students and parents want as well. For us at Ukuru High School, we want to stay on our campus, and we know that our hardworking school administration, staff, and faculty will do everything they can to keep us safe and healthy while on campus. We ask for our community leaders' support. Si Jus Masi, Zangrosha Stalu.
Si Jus Masi, Senyor Sablan. Bistra Mendiola.
Half a day, good evening, Senators. My name is Bistra Mendiola. For the record, I'm here to comment on one of the specific point of your agenda, vaping in schools. I'm here not only as a parent of two school-age children, but also as a professional in the vape industry. And I wanted to put the record straight on some of the misinformation that's going out there, the panic that's created, and of course, we're all concerned as parents, including me, that we see a rise in nicotine use in school-age children. Currently, we have a huge problem that has been going on ever since we had any kind of tobacco product. Back in the day was cigarettes. Today, the more, I guess, in-fashion product, I would say that would be a nicotine vape. However, I want to also stress that vape devices could also deliver cannabis. And unfortunately, through all the statistics that we heard, all the statistics that have been portrayed in the media recently, KM reporting, we don't know what percentage is nicotine, what percentage is cannabis, and that's also very important to know. I have some stats that I could share with you, but what's more important today is for the public to know what the vape industry actually is doing about it, because we are your first point of defense when it comes to youth use. No specialty vape store will allow a child to enter. We even card people that look older than 27, and currently that is the law. That's what we do. We have a record of parents that come in and try to purchase a product for their teenage kids. Guess what happens? We mark them on our end in our POS system. You are banned. Next time you come and try to purchase, because we do have a registry, you come try to purchase, our staff is immediately aware that your account has been banned. So that's what we're doing on the daily, and we are your first line in defense, as I said. Now, once the product exits the store, we cannot be responsible for what happens. It is the parents' job to know what their children is up to. Now, we punish possession for cannabis, don't we? It's a very stiff penalty. A child, a minor found in possession of cannabis is, first of all, charged with a misdemeanor. Second, they're paying a $100 fine. And if they have a driver's license, that driver's license could be suspended. Or if the court decides not to suspend the driver's license, then they will serve 100 days of community service. That is the law. We also punish people who facilitate alcohol consumption by minors. They could go up to 1 year in jail for that, knowingly providing the product. So what we've seen so far on the field, what we've seen after talking to numerous school counselors, we know already that the kids simply have that product lying around somewhere at home. The parents are basically either unaware or sometimes, sadly, they are aware, and they're basically okay with that. I'm talking about the high school children. And that's unacceptable. So what you need to do as lawmakers, you have to create a penalty that has some teeth, because we can no longer afford ourselves to have our children run around unpunished and undisciplined for something they shouldn't be doing in the first place. The law is absolutely specific. It is illegal to use any kind of nicotine product, and that includes tobacco, that includes vapes, et cetera, et cetera. So please do your job and create a stiffer penalty for the possession of nicotine. Or better yet, here's a radical idea. Why don't we start penalizing immediately the parents whose children are actually caught in possession? I guarantee you, 100% guarantee you that compliance will change overnight, and that statistic that we're seeing going up will drop significantly. As your colleague, Senator San Agustin, said one time, it all starts at home, and I fully agree, because we always have this certain percentage of kids that are the troublemakers. Those are the experimenters, or the kids that want to do things like the adults. Well, guess what? I'm going to sing this next one. Tale as old as time, you know? Exactly. It's tale as old as time. And yet we're here, you know, talking about it. Of course it's a problem when we have no discipline. And when currently the law also says that nicotine or tobacco possession is only lightly slapped on the wrist. You know, the BTI program that I just heard that is very strict, guess what? It's ineffective, because if it was effective indeed, those numbers wouldn't be going up, it would be going down. What needs to change is the school system needs to really make sure that that child is counseled immediately and enroll the program, because right now, what happens, that child has the option to not start it in lieu of suspension, and that's a problem. So in essence, I know there's a lot of finger pointing and a lot of people that are actually responsible enough to curb this when it comes to the point of business. the people who actually are home also needs to take accountability for that problem. Because me as a parent, it's my job that my child follows the curfew, my child goes to school, and my child doesn't get in trouble. And it's on me if my child breaks the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mendiola. Janice Mendiola?
Half-a-day senators. My name is Janice Mendiola. I've been in the legal community for a very long time, and I'm not really surprised with the lack of laws that are in the books and laws that are so ancient they're biblical. And what I want to say, and before I get to my point, is I've been monitoring all this Department of Education committee hearings because I'm also a parent, grandparent, and I have numerous family members who would seek some sort of resolution. Uncle Janus, what can I do? My child's going to school and is always sick. I said, well, start documenting it. And I can tell you firsthand, having handled several mold mitigation cases in litigation, did anyone get any samples of that mold and send it? Because how can you get the scope of work if you don't know what you're dealing with exactly? It's not science, it's common sense, okay? Half the time I try to tell people to work things out. With their administrators, try to participate and help and assist individuals who might otherwise not know, but fortunately have people like myself and other family members who may know what to do. And this, I can tell you, is disheartening because there are people that actually can help but won't help, or they can't simply because they're not able to extend their time to help out. Been in the parent-teacher organizations for a long time, volunteer in the community with many of the sports in general, whether it be baseball, soccer, football. And I talk to parents on a regular basis, and this has been going on for like 30 years, and it's always the same thing. And I know DOE is very young in terms of experience now, but I could tell you growing up, champolata was my breakfast at Price Elementary School, and that was the best breakfast ever because Dad and Mom won't allow sugar at home, nor Pepsi, no soda. So I made decisions to go out there and find ways to help other parents cope with it, whether they're worried about their kids having an allergy with their peanuts and what they're serving at school and what they can do to resolve it and bring food in, and then it's regulated. I mean, I get the hard work that the educators are doing today, and I kind of would always help out when they'd ask me what do they think about the potential lawsuits that would come in with DOE, and I said, yeah, you guys have to do your due diligence. I mean, let people know what you think, what you're trying to do. But if there's no communication towards from administrators to family members or of grandparents of grandchildren, then we're going to always have committee hearings about what you're doing, you know, and going to get upset people, and you're going to get parent-teacher organizations coming out to try and figure things out because no one's talking to them. So they'll take the lead and figure it out and try and help out. And again, go back to what I said, some people don't have the time. So people like us make the time. Been at Finnegan Elementary School, helped out put a shelf together for books because the teacher's shelving was all molded. Air conditioning was on, but nothing cold coming out. And I said, crap, I'm how old and I'm sweating in here? Like, can you imagine staying in there, supposedly learning? You know what I've learned from other parents and other family members with their kids going to school too? I learned that we know how to talk about lawsuits, and I learned we know how to talk about what's good food and what's acceptable in our schools. We're not talking about our science project that we're working together, what's the relativity of trajectory, what does that mean, what is a trebuchet? We're not talking about those things anymore at the table. We're talking about why are things the way they are. We lost sight of why we go to school, when we pick up our kids or when they come home. How is school? No. Because if we do that, we're going to hear, it was hot. Papa, it was hot. I tried. And did you eat? No, because there wasn't enough time. So the whole dynamic of the discussion of the table has changed. We're now talking in the public session, the public forum, this format. We've forgotten the basics of life. Hey, how did you do today? How was class? It was hot. Gosh, I shouldn't have asked that question. I know it's hot. Guam's hot. Not today, though. It's raining like a paint. It's all over the place. Rain everywhere. Not a drop to drink. But in class, lucky you got bottled water. A teacher gave you some, brought a cooler, snuck it in. That's what I'm hearing. And donations. I hear donations. Every single week. Toilet paper, pencils, basic commodities. Wow. We're at that level of down at the bottom. And this has only been going on for decades. It's nothing new. Teacher shortage, certifications, come on. It's been there forever. Because people got tired of it. People leave. People moved on to better jobs, better places, better support. You know, I keep hearing people saying, you know, you got these guys got their 22%. How come things aren't moving? Well, that 22%, quite honestly, that should have been over the period of time when all salaries were being held. Okay? 22% is because it's been delayed for a long time. 4% would have been easier to swallow, not 22. But if you did 4% over 16 years, it'll be acceptable. But you do 22%, now everyone wants to hate on government employees. I hear that all the time. I used to be in the government. I'm not there anymore. So I get to say things without repercussions, because that's how it was working in the government. You better shut up, because you're going to be marked. You're going to be blackballed. Your promotions may not happen. You might not get a promotion. You might not get a raise, satisfactory or otherwise. So I'm not there no more, so now I can come out and speak. And I tell you what, there's going to be a lot coming. Back to my point, what I wanted to say with respect to this youth vaping epidemic that I keep hearing about. I'll be honest with you, I've always been a troubleshooter in the legal field. Weaknesses in cases and finding out whether there's legitimacy or not. With what I'm hearing in regards to it, there's a lot of demonizing people for it. Industry's demonized. I'll tell you what, it got me off cigarettes, people. And you know cigarettes cause cancer and kill people. It's killed some of my family members. So I got off of it, and here I am today. It's anecdotal to say this, but I feel a lot better, and I'm actually doing a lot better. Less medications, period. Here's the issue. Youth are found in possession of ENDS products, to include THC dab carts. Most recently was at Antala Middle School. Was I surprised? No. We were all children at one point, and we always found a way to get something we wanted. And I researched all the Guam Code Annotator, the Penal Code System, and you know what I found? There's no law for gifting or facilitating to minors for anything tobacco, but there are laws in criminal acts with the intent to use alcohol or drugs to overcome their victims. There's a law on that. There's a law for giving alcohol or cannabis to under 21, but there's no law for tobacco. I saw the history of the tobacco from in in the legislature evolve over time. I read it and dissected it, and they made some mistakes. They omitted things that should have not been omitted, and here we are today. Is the government culpable for failing to do its due diligence to establish laws to prohibit, prevent, or otherwise deter that type of activity? No. You know, where everyone's talking about suing DOE, because they're just as culpable for not providing an adequate education. And here we are today. Things are still the same as they were 40 years ago when I was going to school. My analysis of what I've read and reviewed with our laws and our statutes, including the Organic Act, the cart's before the bull here. There's a public health benefit. Cigarettes are known to cause cancer. Vaping has no known deaths from the CDC or the Surgeon General, FDA. But we want to ban something that's actually taken me off of cigarettes that is known to cause cancer. So there's little to know about vaping, nicotine, and I'm not saying minors should have it, no way. But will minors find a way to get it? Yeah, they will. Somehow, some way. We always found a way to get something that we wanted when we were young. We found a way to do it. But not saying that's right, but I'm saying there needs to be a law that comes out and prohibits it and penalizes both parent and child to keep that accountability. We're asking for accountability from DOE, the funds that are being given to them. We need the accountability of our parents and our children as well. In conclusion, there should be fines and community service. It's worked, it's preventative, it holds accountability, and I'll be honest with you, I think the legislature's doing a great job at asking for accountability. And I just hope at some point there will be some end to this fiasco of what an adequate education is, because it's common sense. It's how's your child doing at school, not is your classroom hot. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mendiola. Yeah, and on the vaping, I had added it to the agenda because I wanted to get the information from Guam Department of Education, but I know that you guys know that we're going to be taking a deeper look into vape and regulation and all those things coming up soon. So thank you for your testimony. Mr. LeBang?
Good evening, Senator. Al LeBang, former Guam Congress Vice Speaker, and now I'm a proud teacher at Estimbo Middle School. So no one forced me to come here, but I feel compelled as a former youth Congress to come here because I remember seeing we're going to address vaping among youth. I just want to save you guys time and kind of look what youth Congress has done before. So there was a bill from previous Guam legislature, Bill 263-36. So it puts a 40% excise tax on vape products. And it actually regulates vape in general. Additionally, I think we should also direct the tax that we're collecting there to CIP programs for GDOE. Because I think there's no direct funding to CIP to GDOE right now. So coming from you, Congress, I'm trying to help you guys do your work, you know. Another thing is, we have instances where parents giving vape products to students, and that's really concerning. So for me, I think that's a child neglect, and CPS should be involved on those cases and prosecute those parents. Another thing that I want to bring up is that Estimbo Middle School is a GEF school. So for us, coming from the typhoon, we found out that our roof is not concrete. It's tin wood, and it's just covered by ceiling tiles. And looking at the GEF schools, even Ukadu, Liguan, they pretty hit bad, you know? So it's something that I think when the contract was made back then, is something that they did not consider as typhoon on Guam. So moving forward, I hope that there's a typhoon insurance on each of those schools. Another suggestion that I want to make is about the 180 days. There was a bill back in the 34th Guam legislature, which is Bill 160-34. It converts the 180 days to learning hours, instructional hours, instead of instructional days. So it's something that we might consider moving forward, especially on these cases. Another thing is, in terms of certified teachers, I think GDOE and School of Education at EOG should work together to collaborate. One thing that I found out is that each teacher, just like me, when I was in School of Education, I have to do student teaching. But there's also an option where student teachers can do student internship. So in this case, we were hired by DOE as a on-call sub. So we get paid as we fulfill our education requirements from School of Education. So it's something that we can push School of Education to do. Because they only do it on a case-by-case basis. So luckily, as one of the student teachers that were afforded that situation. So something I want to share to the legislature to revisit, because by the time that a student teacher enters the classroom, they already passed their certification test, which is the praxis for educators. And by then, I think we need to work with the Guam Educator Certification in terms of giving them temporary certificates. Another thing that I want to bring up is that on terms of online learning, so right now we're on alternating schedule with BMS. And something that I want to bring up is that I can feel the stress that each of us are having, and we are being compelled to do double the lesson. Because, like transitioning from face-to-face, then online another day, face-to-face, then online, it's just too hard. I have to bring all my stuff every day to BMS. Because I'm not sure if I leave my projector there, if it is going to be there. BMS is prone to break-ins. But I'm thankful to Ms. Uri, Principal Uri, and Principal Gutierrez for making this happen. Collaborating with BMS and AMS is really a good thing. But something I want to bring up is that in terms of online learning, right now, our MiFi devices need SIM changing because the SIM card is expired. Another thing is some teachers doesn't have Zoom licenses. So something that we need to work with GDOE. Another thing is that not everyone on this island have Wi-Fi restored. And right now our power is on and off, especially with load shedding. So something that we need to consider before we implement online is to make sure that our Wi-Fi is fully restored and our power is fully restored as well. Because it's hard for students to miss lesson even though it's online.
Mr. LeBang, I appreciate your testimony. We have just a few minutes left, and I did want to get to Mr. Santos if you wanted to close.
Yeah, I just want to close. Coming out of School of Education, there's 26 of us, around 26 of us. I just want to share that burnt out is a real thing for teachers, especially in this situation. So with my other cohort members within the SOE group that I graduated with, I think at least 4 of them either quit or relocated. So I just want to bring that up. But us educators, we move heaven and earth to make sure to deliver the best quality of education that we can give. So I just want to give, compliment to each and everyone in DOE that we're trying our best, and I hope that, change is going to come soon and faster.
Thank you, Mr. LeBang. Mr. Santos?
Yeah,
Hi, good evening. I'm sorry, I was going to say something, but...
You like to go last, I
well,
noticed.
you know, sir, I'm trying to understand this because I know it's a process. And I want to thank, Senator Barnett, Senator Blas, and Senator Canata for staying back, because I swear there were more up here. And if everyone here that are still here, trying to testify and give you information, it would be nice for them to also reciprocate that and, hear us out, because this lady here has been waiting out here to talk, and everyone is, and I know this is a process. It's a long process. So I'll just get straight to the point. I'm a principal at Interon Middle School, and I'm here to not advocate for DOE, but to explain some of the scenarios that is not being shared. And I get it. Everyone has a job to do. You guys are all doing your part by questioning DOE management of what is going on with the money, how is it being spent, and all that. But my concern, again, is that we are one government, and we're supposed to be trying to help each other build a system that has been neglected for decades. And I say this firsthand because as a principal over 20 years, we submit a budget, and we always get cut. And we get cut again this year, I believe. And Senator Joanne Brown was mentioning that we have the most bank, budget. Well, obviously because we have the most people. And we have 40 schools, and these are big buildings, okay? We have to rent it, we have to fix it, all that stuff, but our budget doesn't support that. And I challenge anyone, honestly, to explain how that budget that is always approved every year, obviously we have challenges, but we don't get the dollars that we need to buy materials for our class, equipment, and all that. And I find it very concerning, because I do know that DOE has things that we need to fix. Absolutely, I agree with you on that one. But we can't do this with the issues that we just encountered. The typhoon, mold litigation. Yes, and I'm going to tell you right now, even if you were to check how many companies out there do mold mitigation, we don't have many at all. And how many of them are signing up, okay, we want that contract. And one of the biggest issues, again, with DOE right now is that we're challenged with all the other agencies and private sectors that are trying to buy out all the ceiling tiles, all the floor, all the AC units, all these things. There's a challenge, because Gov Guam is the last to pay versus a company out there that would get the AC units fast and pay right there under, upon demand. We have a lot of issues, but I'm going to tell you right now that we need to start working together. Yes, hold us accountable. I agree with that. But we need to come to solutions together. How can we address certain things? This young man over here addressed something about teacher shortage, about all the praxis and how we can fulfill some of this. I would like to talk to you more about that, how we can address our special education program because of the shortage of teachers that we have. We are not competitive. One of the things that Mr. Babalta was talking about was recruiting. But how can we recruit when our salaries are not even close to the national average? Who's going to come to Guam when we can't even afford that? And yet we want to go, and recruit. We can't. There's nothing for us to sell. So it's challenging, again, on our level, because we always have to try and figure out where we're going to get teachers. As the chairman, sir, I want to thank you again for helping us out here at Interon Middle School with your support. But as the chair, I think it's important that we try to work together in the coming days so that we can get solutions in, because, again, I get it. Everyone here is going to question DOE, and you continue to do that, but you need to be part of the solutions as well. Because I don't know what's going on. I was going to say something else. I don't know what's going on between the governor and the legislature, but I do know that we are not helping this process, because all our schools are aging. They're getting older, and then we have nothing to show for it with regards to how we're going to fix all these issues. We do have the ARP funds that are coming in, and I'm sorry, sir, but once this ARP is done, it's done. We ain't going to get it back again. So until we start to try and improve our procurement process and our procurement is challenged with DODEA, with Department of Defense, because they have all the contractors. Nobody's signing up. I tried to look into Hadza, my school down in Iran, and contractors are not bidding for my school to fix because it's too far. They're only signing up for the schools in the Lago area to try and help. So It's not that they're not trying. I can tell you that for a fact. But I do know that we need to improve our process, without a doubt. But I don't want to come here next month again and hear the same thing. If we are, it's because we failed to communicate with each other and work together. In the next time we meet, I would like to hope that we can have information to share with all the public about what we've done thus far and how we're going to get it done. And I'm sure the superintendent, if you give him a little bit more time, he could get that done. Okay, I believe that he has a good heart and that he's ready to, tackle the challenges, but we need a little bit more time. Because, sir, without due respect, you told me when we met that you were going to give me, the National Guard to help. And I appreciated that. The problem, sir, was that even if you gave me the 200 bodies, if I don't have materials, and if they're not skilled labor, I could not use them. I could not, and I shared that with you. But I do want to thank you again for making the effort because, frankly, you're the only senator that sent anybody down to help my school. And I want to thank you for that. Despite, having different opinions about, things. I just want to thank you for that. I'm just saying that moving forward, I think it would be nice if we can actually have a round table where no cameras, no pictures, nothing, just try and see what we can do to help fix the problem because we have a lot of problems. But they did not originate overnight. These are things that that we've had for decades. And I think, again, if we have a good sit down and discuss what we can do to improve our system, we'll have a better outcome. That's just, again, my 2 cents that we can actually get something done so that the community who are watching this news right now can know that we are not going to be pointing fingers here and there because God knows we have things that we need to improve on. We do. But we need to work together moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. Yes, I agree. These problems have been around for many decades, but I feel like we don't act with this urgency. Before you know it, it's going to be another decade. So I appreciate all your hard work and definitely your testimony and all the public comment here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I want to thank also my colleagues, the last of the Chamaricans here. Senator Blas, Senator Kanata, thank you so much, and all my colleagues who are in attendance. Most importantly, I would like to thank my staff and the central staff here at the legislature for accommodating. They always say I have the longest hearings. The committee will continue to accept written statements on today's hearing within 10 business days from today, which may be mailed to my office on the second floor of the Guam Congress Building at 163 Chalan Santa Papa in Agatnia. You may also send your statements to us at malafunction@guamlegislature.org. That's MALAFUNKSHUN at guamlegislature.org. Thank you all for your participation. This public hearing is adjourned at 10:09 Chamorro Standard Time. Guam Senate Chris Malafunction Barnett está adjourned.